Good evening and welcome to our council meeting on March 25th, 2026. I will now call on Tim Brubaker, Regional Clerk, to conduct the roll call.
Thank you. Chair Redmond.
Present.
Councillor Craig.
Present.
Councillor Erb is running late. Councillor Foxton.
Present.
Councillor Gowing.
Present.
Councillor Harris. Councillor Hunick.
It's spring, and I'm here, and it's spring.
Councillor James is also running late. Councillor Liggett.
Present.
Councillor McCabe. Councillor Nowak. Yes. Councillor Rodriguez.
Present.
Councillor Salanin.
Present.
Councillor Shantz.
Present.
Councillor Rubanovich. Oh, Councillor Wolf.
Present.
And I believe Councillor Harris has just joined online. Thank you, Chair.
Present here.
I'd like to acknowledge that the land on which we gather today is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee, the Anishinaabe, and the Channotton peoples. In doing this, I want to reflect on what it means to be doing important community work like we are engaging in collectively today, and also in my own individual relationship to the land. As a settler, one of the most important aspects of my individual journey towards truth and reconciliation has been to listen. I am continually grateful to a community who shares their stories and concerns with me. As well as the chair of the region, I know I carry a large responsibility to ensure that it's not just myself on an individual level listening and acting, but that as a government we are listening and creating action in the community. I'm offering this acknowledgement as one of the many actions I am personally, and the region largely, is taking towards truth and reconciliation. We acknowledge the enduring presence of the Indigenous people with whom we share this land today, their achievements and their contributions to our community. There are a few days of significance I would also like to recognize. Today is International Day of Remembrance of Victims of Slavery and the Transatlantic Slave Trade. For over 400 years, more than 15 million men, women, and children were victims of the transatlantic slave trade, one of history's darkest chapters. This day honors their memory and serves as a reminder of the lasting impact of slavery in the ongoing fight against racism and prejudice. March 31st is Trans Day of Visibility. This day is dedicated to celebrating the lives of transgender people and their contributions to our community. It is also a day to raise awareness of the discrimination that transgender people face around the world. March 31st is also National Indigenous Languages Day. This day celebrates the richness of the Indigenous languages in Canada while raising awareness of their endangerment due to colonial policies, forced assimilation, and residential schools. We also recognize that many will be observing Lent, a 40-day period of fasting, prayer, and reflection that leads up to Easter Sunday. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, I would now consider a motion to go into close. If I moved by Councillor Foxton, seconded by Councillor Nowak. We are going into close on March 25th, 2026 at 5:05 in the Waterloo County Room in accordance with Section 239 of the Municipal Act 2001 for the purposes of considering the following subject matters: receiving advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose related to identifiable individuals named as an employee job sharing audit, and receiving a verbal update that is subject to a solicitor-client privilege regarding remedies under a contract related to information shared in confidence from that organization. So colleagues, it has been moved and seconded. Please use your icons on eScribe to vote. Councillor McCabe, you're online. Can you let us know how you're voting?
I just did vote, but yes, of course.
Thank you. We just got it. Thank you. That is carried, colleagues. We will reconvene in the Waterloo County Room. So colleagues, I need a motion to reconvene in open session. Moved by Councillor Craig, seconded by Councillor Hunick. Do I have unanimous consent to resume in open session? Okay, I have unanimous consent, so we are now back in open session. First, we're going to start with a presentation. We have one presentation this evening on the Regional Council Remuneration, Benefits, and Support Review. I'd like to welcome Andrea Friesen and Tammy Elliott of Mungle Consulting. Please make your way to the podium when you're ready. It's lovely to see you ladies in person. And the floor is yours. Hit the microphone, and we are very anxious to hear what you have to say.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay? Yeah, okay. So I'm Tammy Elliott, and this is my colleague, Andrea Friesen. We had the pleasure of working through doing the review associated with council remuneration and support. If you can move to the next slide, please. So just giving you a little bit of background information on Mungle Consulting Group. So Mungle was actually established in 1994. We partner with regional, single-tier, and lower-tier municipalities in our work. We actually have done work with our current regional partners that we're working with, our Durham region, York region. We have past relationships with the town of Innisfil, Georgina, Markham, regions of Halton and Niagara, and we're pleased to support the region of Waterloo in the areas of compensation benchmarking, job evaluation, legislative compliance, pay equity, all of that fun stuff. Next slide, please. So for the project that we engaged in, the scope of work that was provided to us to complete involved a review of the formula for adjustments to base salary rates for the regional chair, regional councillor, and the standing committee chair, and the level of remuneration, benefits, and staff support that would be in place during the 2026 to 2030 council term. So this was the language from the report that came out in June 2024. Next slide, please. A little piece of information about our approach and methodology. So we looked at not only the current, but the historic review, including the Citizens Advisory Committee work and the establishment of the actual formula for base salary levels. We completed an environmental scan of publicly reported council remuneration. So this was specific to looking at Section 283, expense reimbursement, and 284, the itemized statement of remuneration and expenses, which is a matter of public record of the Municipal Act. We actually started that review in January of 2026, and because we're using publicly available data, the basis of comparison that we could use from a commonality perspective was the 2024 information. Next slide, please. We wanted to move forward with this project under a principle of transparency. So we recognize that there needs to be opportunity for public input into the recommendations. We understand that the members of the public should have access and understand the methodology that we used for completing the information analysis, and that they would be able to have access to the data as well. To the extent possible, our recommendations rely upon data widely available in the public realm specifically. And we also were cognizant of the work of the past citizens advisory committees. So we are not challenging the work, the good work that went into the citizens advisory committees and what they had done. Instead, we're looking at it from a historical perspective and how we move forward. But we thought it was important to make sure it was actually considered in the report and in our recommendations. So our focus was really on reasonableness of the current state and then your go forward. Next slide, please. That being said, we did need to operate with some level of confidentiality to be supportive of the process and have people be able to be free with their conversations. In that end, we have views of council. They were council members, but they were done at a very high level theme and observations. In addition, we had staff comments that were sought with respect to the work described in job descriptions and the Office of the Regional Chair mandate only. All interviewees recognized the value of the work of the Office of the Regional Chair and staff. Findings and recommendations therefore consider the history, the data, and the high-level themes that we did through those consultation process. Next slide, please. Now we're getting into the meat of the actual presentation, which talks about the current state of remuneration. So we wanted to look at the base salary calculation for the regional council members, the regional chair, and by extension, the regional standing committee chair. And when we did our analysis and a test to what the advisory committees had done and their formulas, we recognize that it is below the predicted level of the original formula. So the original formula that was put together and was used as a comparison purpose was to look at compensation as a multiple of the base salaries paid to council members of the cities of Waterloo, Kitchener, and Cambridge. An average of those three, and then adding 20% on top of that average. The regional chair position under those advisory committees formula was looking at paying the average mayoral rate plus 20% plus the regional chair rate. And on the basis of that, we recognize that the compensation that is currently being paid is lower than that formula that they had originally started with, but that is not a finding that is new. It is something that was observed previously by the Citizens Advisory Committee. Next slide, please. So then there was a shift in movement from looking at those regional specific comparators, the municipal comparators, to move to more looking at the regional comparators. And when we look at the regional comparators that the region of Waterloo has indicated, the lens becomes more comparable. So the total remuneration is in line with that of council-approved comparator municipalities. Also, when we look at the insured benefits and pension treatment, it is also comparable to those comparator municipalities. We did find that there would be some level of support if there was additional clarity regarding other compensation elements, so expenses and reimbursements, when to expense what, which level of municipality was actually absorbing the cost from that perspective. So on the basis of those comparisons, next slide, please. We looked at the recommendation to maintain the current practice of annual adjustments to council base salary, maintaining the components of total remuneration, including the insured benefits and pension treatment. So from that perspective, continuing with the actual movement forward, not an increase to the actual base at this point in time. Next slide, please. We then, though, wanted to provide a recommendation and observation around the current state formula that's being used for determining base salary increases. So the formula reflects the principles endorsed earlier by the Citizens Advisory Committees. It makes sure to ensure that there's an important alignment with the regional non-union staff treatment, and it relies on transparent inflation cost of living measure. That being said, it is a very rather complex formula, and we would suggest modifying it. So the current formula is the lesser of the average annual change in all items consumer price index for Ontario for the previous year, or the increase approved for non-union regional staff, or 3%. Next slide, please. On that basis, our simplification recommendation is to make the language just clearer, to basically look at an average annual CPI to a maximum of 3%. And then in years where there's non-union freeze or austerity budgets, such austerity would reasonably then extend to the regional council increases. So we'd want to suggest just keeping it simple and modifying it to that degree. Next slide, please. We move now to the conversation around staffing. So what is the current state of staffing in this area? So the Office of the Regional Chair is staffed by one individual contributor role that provides direct support to members of council, one individual contributor role providing direct support to the regional chair, and one chief of staff role reporting to the regional chair. So there's currently 3 FTEs intended to deliver a range of policy, research, communications, and administrative logistical support to the regional chair and to council members in the execution of their duties. Next slide, please. So our interviews that we did indicated to us that the Office of the Regional Chair is under-resourced in the areas of direct support to council members. The Chief of Staff role is also under-resourced to deliver policy, research, and strategic communication supports to the regional chair and council. We want to emphasize that this is not a reflection of any of the incumbents that are currently in the role. During our interviews, individuals were very complimentary and very appreciative of the support that they receive from those particular staff members. It's just a matter of there isn't enough of them in their time to do what needs to be done. Okay. Next slide, please. On that basis, we have a recommendation of adding one additional individual contributor, full-time employee, to provide direct support to the regional council members. This would be an increase to the one that is currently in place, and the addition of a specialist analyst, full-time equivalency role in the Office of the Regional Chair. We want to be very mindful that the current model that is in place for staffing would be continued in the sense of ensuring that those roles would remain in the office of the chair and that they wouldn't necessarily be specifically dedicated to any particular council member, and that would allow for positive employee relations, balancing workload, all of those good things. Okay, the last part, next slide, please. The last part of the report that we wanted to comment on was an understanding of the role of a counselor. We recognize that at times there may not be a clear understanding of what the role entails. And during our conversations with the counselors, it became very apparent that it would be helpful context to provide some information around those particular pieces. This is the structure of this role is a non-traditional part-time role. It doesn't allow necessarily for individuals to be able to pursue this type of public service role unless they potentially have an additional source of income. It lacks the protections governing traditional employment relationships. So counselor roles are not covered by the Employment Standards Act, for example. They don't have the same protections as employees do in an employee-employer relationship. And the nature of the work engaged in is politically charged. There is a level of challenge associated with this type of work. There's risk and liability, which can be of a personal nature, not just in the course of decision-making as a group. Next slide, please. So while it was out of scope for our recommendations, we thought it was important for individuals to consider with respect to compensation, remuneration, and supports, the challenges associated or the considerations associated when someone decides that they want to be a counselor. Compensation is not intended to drive public service, but it is a factor in being able to attract the appropriate individuals into these types of roles and ensuring voices are heard across. So public awareness of the full scope and context of the role, we feel, would allow for and help for better decision-making purposes. Some of these things could be indicated as barriers to employment or barriers to attracting people into these roles. Okay, next slide, please. So that was the bulk of the report and our recommendations associated. Thank you for the opportunity to prepare and present on the report. And that's what we have for you now.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hunick, you have a question? I just want to, before I invite speakers to ask questions, just to make it clear that recommendations will be considered at a council meeting on April the 22nd to allow public time to review the recommendations and provide feedback. So tonight is for questions of the consultants only, and we will not be debating this tonight. So having said that, Councillor Hunick, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you for the report you wrote and for the interviews that comprised it. So if I read your report correctly, which I might not have, I understood that the regional councillor role is pretty much in line with comparators, and the regional chair and committee chair's role are kind of falling behind those comparators. Is that, first of all, is that correct? And then I have another question.
So I can respond to that. So what we found in the analysis is that when you compare a regional councillor role to the other comparable municipalities, that the role is actually in alignment. So it's within 5% of the market, right? Up or below. When you look at the regional chair, similarly, it is not falling behind the market. And then when we look at, actually, there wasn't enough data to support a clear establishment of the 15% that is given to the standing committee chairs for us to actually make a solid recommendation around whether or not that should be modified.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm slightly more confused than I was a minute ago, but that's not actually my question. Okay. Thank you for your input, and I will rewatch this and make sure that I understood what you said. So my question, though, is around attracting more diverse members of council, potentially those who do not have a second income, like you said, potentially those who are single-parent households, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. How can we both make sure that councillors are compensated adequately to sustain themselves and their families, but also remain in line with comparators or market, or do you have things to say?
Sure. So that would be a decision that has to be made by council around whether or not you are looking to change the compensation level. So we were requested to benchmark the compensation to other comparable municipalities, which we did. We do recognize, and part of the reason why we wanted to, in the report, provide additional information is because it is a concern. You won't necessarily have someone who doesn't have a second income, for example, or doesn't have the same levels of freedoms to be able to apply, or they may make a different decision, is maybe a better way of putting it, instead of opting in to that. But at this point in time, it's a part-time role. And so unless there's a decision to change those components, then right now the compensation is seen as comparable to the other municipalities. But that's why we wanted to put into the report that it is a challenge to be considered by council and to be considered by the public as well, around if you want to attract diverse voices into this, is this the way you go?
That's very helpful. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Councillor McCabe, you have a question?
Yeah, thanks very much. Thanks for the report. I was just curious about the recommendation around the committee chairs and leaving the compensation for them at the same rate. And because, I mean, I'm not a committee chair, but it feels like they do, or it seems like they do quite a bit of extra work. And I just curious your thoughts on is the compensation for that enough? Particularly, I'm just thinking of the additional time, like around budget right now with the water infrastructure issue. There's just more meetings, there's more agenda items, there's more discussion, etc. So just curious how you landed on that point.
Who'd like to take that one?
Andrea's going to
Thank you.
Through the chair, thanks so much, and thank you for the question. And I'm short, so I have to move this closer to me. So when we were doing the work, the first piece is how did that rate get set? And so it was 15% above the regional councillor base salary. And then when we're looking at how additional compensation for the role of standing committee chair is established or reported in our publicly available sources, we don't find a percentage calculation. What we find is a flat dollar rate. And that flat dollar rate might be $2,000 additionally for taking on the chair role. That flat dollar rate might be $6,000 additionally for taking on that role. We don't have enough evidence from the environmental scan to suggest that 15% and how that's calculated based on base salary and therefore increasing every year with that CPI measure or 3%, we don't have the evidence required to say our dollar figure is too low for that additional responsibility. The evidence suggests that there are dollar figures out there that may in fact be lesser than ours, and we know that it will increase year over year when base salary increases.
Councillor McCabe?
Yeah, thanks for that. I guess when this report comes back, I'll probably have some more questions, just particularly about that, because it would be maybe good to understand kind of the amount of extra hours that they do put in, and see again to really evaluate if that's an appropriate level of compensation that they're receiving. All that to say, to with the 3 committee chairs, I think you're doing a lot of extra heavy lifting.
Thank you, Councillor McCabe. And I have to say that both Andrea and Tammy were nodding their heads when you were posing your future question. Councillor James.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you for your report and for the time to speak with you. I'm wondering if you can speak to some of the elevated risk. Everyone now is conscious about barriers and getting more diverse candidates. And can you speak to some of the risk? And in your work, I guess the additional question would be, have you seen a trend of this role changing from, say, 5, 10, 15 years ago to now, given the current climate that we're in? But first and foremost, speak to some of the elevated risk associated with the role.
Okay, thank you for the question. I think that, and through the conversations we've had, there seems to be a more significant amount of challenge with respect to those that are in public service and in public life. There tends to be more of a spotlight that seems to have been progressively making it more difficult to act in those roles. So the risk that we talk about is it's actually a couple of different areas of risk. So one is personal risk associated with dealing with individuals that may not be happy with representation, and that risk can be to a person being in difficult situations or challenges. There's also the potential risk for legal liability. So for individuals, particularly in public life, that they may be personally sued by other individuals. And so those are the kind of components that we see. And it seems that our society seems to be less tolerant these days, and it tends to be increasing. I can't speak to 10 or 15 years ago, but I can say that we have seen an increase in the need for considerations of those kinds, whereas individuals may not have considered those things when thinking about pursuing public life. for example. But it is now a reality that there seems to be a lack of tolerance or a decrease in the ability for tolerance. And so that is something that needs to be considered when you're thinking about individuals that choose this type of work. We're not necessarily suggesting it's the same as being a police officer and having exposure to those types of things, but it is different than it was 5 years ago. And I would agree, probably more like different than 10 and 15 years ago. So it is something that seems to be rising, and something to be considered when you want to attract different voices into the representative community.
Okay, you've put that very politically correct. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I see no further questions. So Andrea and Tammy, thank you for your great work for this report. We will look for some public input before it comes back to council on April 22nd. And you have the esteemed honor of speaking from our brand new podium. You are the first group to present. So thank you very much. And we'll let you be on your way. Colleagues, we have no petitions. Next, we have delegations. We will have delegations as listed on the agenda, but I'd like to remind all delegations of some guidelines for participation. If you're attending in person, please proceed to the podium, our new podium, when you are called upon to speak. And if you're attending virtually, please turn your microphone and camera on when you are called upon. You will have 5 minutes to speak if you registered before the deadline and 3 minutes if you registered afterwards. When the light on the podium turns yellow, that means you have 1 minute remaining. When the light turns red, that means your time is up. You may hear me give you a reminder of the remaining time. Additionally, some general reminders. If you conduct yourself in any of the following manners, it will result in an immediate removal from the meeting. Interrupting councillors, staff, or other delegations. Derogatory statements about councillors, staff, or others. Turning on your camera at inappropriate times, and hate speech or defamatory comments. One last reminder for delegations, please do not take offense if after your presentation there are no questions from council. This is council's time to really listen and reflect upon the opinions and ideas shared with us by community members. And a quick reminder to members of the audience, you're asked to maintain order. This means you may not address council without the permission of the chair, interrupt anyone, disrupt the meeting with unreasonable noise or vocal expressions such as applause, booing, or cheering, and displaying signs or posters. Our first delegation is Amandeep Singh, founder and CEO of Enabled Talent. And you're joining us virtually. The floor is yours, and you have 5 minutes.
Respected council members, thank you for the opportunity to delegate. My name is Amandeep Singh. I run a company called Enabled Talent, where we empower people with disabilities for their integration into workforce using AI-powered technology, something in alignment with Accessible Canada Act and Disability Inclusion Action Plan of 2022. With our journey, we have seen that across Canada, we have approximate 1.2 million people as per Canadian Survey on Disability who are not part of the workforce despite having education, skills, and desire to work. Something we have seen in common across different places, initiatives on federal level, provincial level, city level, they work in their own silos. There's no common dialogue bringing community members together. With that in mind, last year on World Disability Day, we started a series of events called Enable Canada Tour, starting from Niagara, where we extended invite to respected council members, mayor, Regional Accessibility Advisory Committee, people with lived experience, folks from educational institutions, non-profit, to share this dialogue on how to make that city or that region more inclusive, not only from employment, but all other possible channels, which further led to chain of different events, and we have hosted 6 of them in different cities. with this delegation, I wanted to request if from the region we could plan one. I have been able to connect with a local academic institution and nonprofits. Moving forward with cities' initiatives of accessibility, I would want some support from your office for a formal Enable Canada tour event being hosted in the region. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your delegation. I see no questions. I appreciate your raising this important issue, so thank you. The next delegation is John Jordan from Wilmot. John, you're with us in person. Please approach the podium, and you have 5 minutes. Are you fighting with our new podium? You need to push the button, John, so we can hear you.
Okay. I'm just trying to get it to stay by my iPad here, if I could. Okay. I'm just going to preface my delegation tonight that I was contacted by, or informed by the clerk when I registered if they wanted me to defer my delegation till the April 7th meeting, but I felt what I have to say tonight, there's a lot of important points and a lot of things to ponder going into that April 7th meeting, so I decided to delegate tonight. Good evening, Chair, members of Council, those in the audience and those virtually. My name is John Jordan. I'm a Wilmot resident and a landowner on Bleems Road, directly adjacent to the proposed industrial mega site, a country block from the K50, 51, and 52 wells, and atop of the precious aquifers that supply our region with the most finite and life-sustaining resource, our drinking water. I'd like to focus my remarks on groundwater sustainability and risk management. The region of Waterloo is fundamentally dependent on groundwater. The Mannheim system, which services a significant portion of the region, relies heavily on the K50, 51, and 52 wells. These wells are not only supplying Baden and New Hamburg, but are also contributing materially to the broader municipal supply. From a hydrogeological perspective, that represents a concentrated dependence on a finite aquifer system. Let me repeat that last part, a finite aquifer system. The concern being raised by local residents and technical observers is not hypothetical. As reported, it is that increased pumping from these wells, whether already occurring or anticipated, are placing stress on the aquifer that supplies both regional infrastructure and private wells throughout Wilmot Township, including mine and all of my neighbors. Groundwater systems respond over long time frames. Impacts are not immediately visible, but once thresholds are crossed, recovery is difficult, expensive, and in some cases not feasible. In that context, the precautionary principle should apply. However, the reality from our standpoint is that these concerns are being discounted rather than rigorously addressed in a transparent way. This leads to a broader planning issue. What we are seeing is effectively a reallocation of groundwater resources, prioritizing large-scale municipal and industrial demand over existing rural users who rely on the same aquifer for their sustainability of the necessities of life. That may be a policy choice, but it's one that should be explicitly acknowledged. Because in practical terms, it means that private well owners in Wilmot Township are assuming increased risk to support regional growth, but bear and suffer from all of the consequences of a low aquifer. Turning to the 770. Industrial development of this scale requires a secure, high-capacity, and long-term water supply. That is not a minor servicing detail. It's a foundational requirement. If that water is to be sourced from the same Mannheim-linked groundwater system, then the region is effectively compounding an already stressed supply situation. This raises a straightforward technical question. has the region demonstrated clearly and conclusively that the aquifer can sustain this additional demand without inaccessible risk to existing users and ecological functions. From what has been shared publicly, that case has not been shown or made. There's also an issue of alternatives analysis. The Eastlands have been identified as an area with the more appropriate service capacity, including water. From a planning and infrastructure perspective, directing high-intensity industrial use to a location with sufficient and resilient water supply is simply good practice, along with other features such as the 401, rail, proximity to other industry, flat land, and that this land was planned for in our regional official plan and the 770 was not. It reduces risk, improves long-term sustainability, and avoids placing additional strain on vulnerable systems. This is not opposing economic development. It's about aligning land use with infrastructure capacity. Right now, those are definitely not aligned. Finally, I want to address accountability. If increased groundwater extraction results in impacts, whether quality or quantity, on private wells, what is the region's plan? Is there a monitoring framework in place with enforceable thresholds? Is there a compensation mechanism for affected landowners? And very importantly, who bears the liability of the aquifer if it's degraded? These are not abstract concerns. They are foreseeable outcomes that require clear policy responses.
John,
In
can you
closing-
start summing up? I know you were fighting
I'm
with
closing.
the mic at the beginning.
Thank you. This decision is simply not about land use, it's about long-term management of a shared finite groundwater resource. The current proposal places that resource under increased pressure without sufficient evidence that risks are acceptable or mitigated. I would urge Council to reconsider the location of the megasite and direct it to an area where water supply constraints are not a limiting factor. That would allow economic development to proceed while maintaining responsible stewardship of the regional's groundwater system. Thank you. Sorry for the overtime.
No, that's okay. Don't go away. The glitches happen even with new podiums. Councillor Hunick.
Thank you, Chair. John, thank you for coming tonight. I have friends in Wilmot who have indicated that they have experienced well shortages to date already, and they didn't know about how to report that to the region until a week ago when I shared it with them. So I'm wondering, from your perspective, what percentage of people who have experienced well shortages to date in Wilmot have actually been able to report them?
John, can you answer that?
I didn't get, it's hard to hear out here. I'm sorry. So can somebody, or can I get?
Councillor Hunick, are you asking if John would know if there's a percentage of people whose wells have been impacted to date?
That have not been reported to the region.
That have not reported.
Well, my well has not been impacted, but I can tell you that we have a 1 acre pond in the front of our property where last fall it was down 14 to 16 inches, which has never been. I know of neighbors around me that their wells either are in very low capacity, or I know of another neighbor of mine, they use an artesian well and have for over 30 years for their heat pump system, for their ground geothermal system, and it's not keeping up the way it used to either. So I think there are quite a number of wells that haven't been reported to the region yet. Yes, I could say that.
Thank you for sharing that, and I trust you wholeheartedly with that information. If I can encourage you to encourage your fellow residents to report these issues so that we have the data to go by.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Councillor Salonen.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you very much, John, for coming. And a shout out to the other Wilmot residents who are here tonight. Appreciate you all being here. I was actually going to ask if you could share the information about your pond, but you did. But I guess to sticking to questions, I will ask some of the data that you were speaking about before, specifically some of the hydrogeological information. Can you just confirm, I know that you've worked with a hydrogeologist, but if you could confirm and kind of give some information to council as to where that data is coming from.
I don't think it was any specific data information.
I more so mean the general comments you were making, which I agree with, just to give validity to council as to where that information is coming from.
Well, I can't even answer that question. I'm sorry, because I don't have, it wasn't specific. It was speaking more in generalities, just with everything that has occurred over the last while in that way. I myself haven't spoken to a hydrogeologist myself. I think there are some people behind me that have. And my delegation tonight was certainly it was kind of a group effort as well, too, that we put our heads together to put the information together. So I don't know if that quite answered your question.
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, John. I see no further questions.
Thank you.
Next delegation is Joseph Pupolo, Polycor Inc. Joseph, you have 3 minutes, and it's your turn to fight with the podium.
I'll try not to break it. Thank you very much to the chair. I recognize the item that I initially came to speak on was pulled, but I found it important to come back and unfortunately be a broken record. I think it's important to hear what's going on within the industry. While I very much want to thank staff for being as engaged as they have, and a lot of hard work has been put in to date, there's still a lot more hard work to do in order for us to get out of this current situation we find with the water. I just want to highlight just a couple of things in terms of my concerns, and I think there's a few lost opportunities, unfortunately, that we have right now. Today, there was really good news that came down from the federal government in terms of GST and HGST for housing. That is a finite window in which that we can draw from that, and I think it's very important for us for the home builders and people in the community to be able to go forward with that and take advantage of that, because there is only a limited finite window in which they have in order to do that. So I want the people within the region to be able to take advantage of this and effectively save 13% on new homes. So I think that's fundamentally important. I have concerns while this water crisis goes on. Development charges across the region continue to go up without the ability for developers to effectively lock in their rates. So while we understand that there is increasing costs, but happening at the lower tier is very difficult from the development community when they can't move forward on their development because of the current situation. Just even in the last 2 weeks, there's been extremely high geopolitical challenges, whether it be higher gas prices, more increased uncertainty, and higher interest rates. All of these serve as a greater barrier to carrying projects as you're moving forward through the development process, and without a finite timeline, all of those things just add more cost and ultimately going to be passed down onto the cost of housing. So I wanted to highlight that. While I understand the challenges are being addressed and we're all working in best efforts to go there, to get to where ultimately in a place where we can develop without boundaries, I want to highlight some of these challenges that are currently still out there and the opportunities that I don't want us to miss out on as a region and individual home buyers looking to get into this market. So just wanted to highlight those, and again, want to continue to work forward with staff, with council, to try and get to a place where we can continue to move forward. So thank you very much. Podium works great.
So, Joseph, I see no questions, but I want to thank you for your continued involvement and interest in this. Colleagues, next agenda item is minutes of previous meetings, and if I could have a motion, it is to pass all of the items under 9.1 to 9.8 on the agenda. If I could have a mover, moved by Councillor Foxton, seconded by Councillor James. Please use your e-scribe to vote.
You can register me voting in the affirmative. I got kicked out of e-scribe.
Thank you. Colleagues, that is carried. The next agenda item, number 10, is the information package, as well as correspondence from Build Urban, Citizens for Safe Groundwater, Lori Elash, and the Township of Wilmot. They are all received for information, and you should have gotten them electronically. Next agenda item is a motion to go into Committee of the Whole to consider reports. If I could have a mover, moved by Councillor Craig, seconded by Councillor Shantz. Do I have unanimous consent to go into Committee of the Whole? Seeing no objections, that is carried unanimously. Number 12 on the agenda, 12.1, is the finance reports. The first is a finance report on Spring Valley wastewater pumping station upgrades to 365 Riverbend Drive, Kitchener. Do we have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Wolf, seconded by Councillor Rodriguez. And we're voting on that the Regional Municipality of Waterloo accept the tender of Baseline Constructors, Inc., for Spring Valley wastewater pumping station upgrades 365 Riverbend Drive, Kitchener, in the amount of $20,710 plus the appropriate applicable taxes. 20 million, sorry. That seems more, that would have been, what a bargain. Yes, 20 million. So it has been moved and seconded. Please use your icons to vote. Councillor McCabe, are you in favor of this?
Yeah, I am. It just hasn't popped up on my screen yet, but
Thank you.
yeah, certainly.
That is carried, colleagues. Moving on to the second finance report is an annual report related to council remuneration and expenses. This report is for information. Are there any questions?
Sorry, I have a question.
Councillor Hunick?
Thank you. Is that the report that we just received the presentation on moments ago?
This is last year's.
Oh, sorry. Okay, yes. Okay, that's also good.
It's public accounting to be transparent of what was spent last year.
Yep. Thanks.
So we'll now vote on approval of a summary as listed on the agenda from Administration and Finance, and this is a meeting that was held on March 10th, 2026. If I could have a mover and a seconder, moved by Councillor Gowing, seconded by Councillor James. It is items 1 through 4. Please use your icons to vote. Colleagues, that is carried. Next agenda item is Community and Health Services Committee summary, and there were no recommendations from the meeting held March 10th, 2026. The next agenda item is a vote to approve a summary listed on the agenda for Sustainability, Infrastructure, and Development Committee meeting on March the 10th, 2026. That is 1 through 4 items. If I could have a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Rodriguez, seconded by Councillor Erb. Please use your icons to vote. Colleagues, that is carried. The next agenda item is the Board of Health update. So I would call on Dr. Shuli Wong, Medical Officer of Health, to provide the Board of Health update. Welcome, Dr. Wong.
Thank you, Chair Redmond, and good evening to you and members of Council. Thank you for the opportunity to present a Board of Health update with information about our annual enforcement of the Immunization of School Pupils Act. The Immunization of School Pupils Act requires all elementary and secondary school students to have proof of vaccination for 9 diseases or a valid exemption on file with public health. These routine vaccinations provide protection against measles, mumps, rubella, diphtheria, tetanus, polio, meningococcal disease, pertussis, also known as whooping cough, and varicella, also known as chickenpox. These are vaccine-preventable diseases that can lead to serious illness for both school-aged children and our broader community. For secondary school families, the deadline to submit records to avoid suspension is Monday, April the 6th at 4:30 p.m. Suspensions will take effect on Thursday, April the 9th. Letters requesting vaccination records were mailed in December 2025 to 4,385 secondary school students with incomplete records. Suspension orders were mailed in early March 2026 to 3,258 secondary school students whose records remain out of date. The current number of secondary students remaining with out-of-date records is 1,734. If a student has received a suspension order, families are asked to report any vaccines the child has already received by submitting the information at regionofwaterloo.ca/vaccines. If a vaccine is still required, families are instructed to book an appointment with their healthcare provider or contact a walk-in clinic in advance to confirm availability. After the vaccine is received, families need to report the vaccination to public health, as their healthcare provider does not submit this information to public health on their behalf. Public health vaccine appointments are available for secondary students who received a suspension order from public health and do not have OHIP or a family care provider. Beginning on suspension day, for any secondary school student who is suspended beginning Thursday, April the 9th, families are instructed to book a vaccination appointment either through their healthcare provider or at a public health clinic. Public health clinic appointments must be booked online. Walk-in appointments will not be accepted. Families are advised that if they have questions, they can call the region's call center at 519-575-4400 for assistance with booking or to review available options. They are also informed that call volumes are expected to be high and wait times may occur once suspension is in place. And finally, public health continues to work closely with school boards, community partners, and local healthcare providers to support families in practical and accessible ways. Thank you for providing me with the opportunity to provide this update, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wong. I see no questions, but very much appreciate the update, as I'm sure anybody watching this on YouTube does as well. So thank you. Next agenda item is Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan. This is an update 2026. We will require a motion, but we're first going to hear from Samina Sami, Executive Director of Community Safety and Wellbeing, who will provide a presentation. Welcome, Samina.
Sorry. Okay. Also joining me here today are some of the remarkable members of the Community Safety and Wellbeing team who have worked so hard over the years to make this plan what it is and continue to make great commitments. Commissioner Connie McDonald, Fazia Beg, Director at the Bredy with the region, and Inspector Arian Mateus with Waterloo Regional Police. I also want to acknowledge Cheryl Grove, Community Engagement Coordinator with the region, who also contributed to the plan. But above all, I'd like to begin by recognizing the many community, is this better? Closer in? Okay, okay. This is the moving new, better? Okay, there we go, okay. So I want to begin by acknowledging the many community organizations, systems partners, and area municipalities, all of you, who've contributed to this plan, worked so hard over the years to support community well-being, safety in this region, and continue to do so. I also want to acknowledge the rich history and the foundation that was created by the Community Safety Council and by Wellbeing Waterloo Region. All of these contributions have contributed to safety and well-being in this region and continue to make the efforts. This plan truly belongs to our communities and was created by our communities. We have this plan due to extraordinary leaders in our community. So the Community Safety Wellbeing Plan is a legislative, mandated, community-driven plan that guides us in terms of how we work together to improve safety and well-being and belonging across this region with our communities. At all councils in December, we provided a comprehensive update on the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan, but today we'll walk you through what is the Community Safety and Wellbeing Refresh, the updated plan, the consultation process we used, some of the core priorities and next steps that are being advanced over the next 4 years. Next slide, please. So under the community, by way of context, under the Community Safety and Policing Act, all municipalities in Ontario are to develop community safety and well-being plans in collaboration with systems partners and communities. The region's plan is due this March 2026, hence we are here before you. And this legislative mandate to refresh plans is a 4-year cycle, every 4 years. This builds accountability. This is not just a plan on paper that we put away on a shelf. We are to engage our communities regularly. We are to reflect on what we've achieved, re-review what we've achieved, but also recommit to future actions and assess meaningfully. So what you're seeing in the refresh plan is a clear reflection of the work over the last 4 years. We asked everybody, is this an accurate reflection? Is there anything missing? You're seeing in this plan that we've built upon the existing community safety and well-being framework and foundation. That's the diagram to the right there. And that the 4 priority areas continue to be important. We've highlighted in this plan actions that have been taken to date transparently. We've given indicators of progress that we'll measure, and we've proposed next steps and actions. We're also signaling where we need to grow in this plan. This plan identifies emerging themes through our consultations, gaps, evolving priorities that will guide our work over the next 4 years. But most importantly, this refresh continues to be community-led. It strengthens shared ownership of the plan and applies a strong reconciliation, equity, diversity, and inclusion lens as our communities have expressed, and as anchored in the CSWP framework, ensuring that the CSWP remains responsive, relevant, and rooted in community collaboration. This is our aim at the end. Next slide. So the consultation process, to highlight some of this. This engagement was meaningful. Between November and February of this year, we engaged the organizations that have been involved with the community safety and well-being planning. Over 90 community organizations engaged with us through a high, multi-layered forums. They engaged in online meetings, in-person sessions. They were given options for written submissions, and we put out a survey to area municipalities, ensuring voices from across the region could be included. We were intentional and transparent. Draft versions of the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan were shared with everybody, so everyone had a chance to see and contribute to that plan. When the feedback was put together, we consolidated it and shared it back with the communities who provided that feedback. And we also gave them the updated plan, highlighting how we embedded their feedback into the plan and how we're going to act upon what they said. And before, we also engaged a youth group to understand better through our Youth Advisory Committee of the region, to understand better the needs of the youth. So this process in of itself contributes to community safety and well-being. Before I turn to my colleagues who will provide you with some highlights, I want to briefly highlight why this work is so powerful. Since its inception, the CSWT tables over the 4 years have been coming together. They've been building relationships. They've been identifying issues. They've been building solutions together and relationships, creating alignment between community partners, systems partners, and organizational and strategic goals. So as I mentioned, this plan truly belongs to our communities. Every page you're seeing in that 30-page plan reflects shared challenges, co-created solutions, quotes, coming from the heart and from the community, and a strong foundation of collaboration. So sustaining that community collaboration and these safe spaces is an important outcome in of itself, that we've got those spaces to work with our community for community safety and well-being. And now we'll go through the 4 strategic priority areas, and I'll turn it over to Fawzia.
Thanks, Amina, and good evening, everyone. My name is Fawzia Beg, and I'm the Director of Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion at the region of Waterloo. I'm happy and honored to be here again today to share an update on the Combating Hate Action Table. The Combating Hate Action Table in 2025 launched together a community campaign that really was meant to build awareness around hate and identity-based harm in Waterloo region. And that campaign came about from the 30-plus diverse representatives on that table that represent diverse grassroots sectors, systems, area municipalities, really dedicated, committed representatives that have come together to respond to the increasing concerns around hate and identity-based harm in this region. And so that campaign we launched here in this room in October of 2025, and the intent was that it would be an education and awareness-raising campaign that would invite people into this area and learn about hate and identity-based harm that's been happening in this region, and to build a sense of belonging for everyone here, a sense of respect and safety to be felt by all residents in this region. The campaign was launched alongside a website that was also co-created by the Combating Hate Action Table. All of the materials, all of the assets were also co-created by the Combating Hate Action Table through rich community engagement and consultations across communities, led with an Indigenous designer as well. So since we launched in this room last October, I'm really happy to say that we've been managing to keep the momentum going through community activation events. And at the end of this month, we would have hosted 50 activation events, which are held across different regions, across different places in this region, through partnership with Combating Hate Action Table members and community partners. They're meant to be tailored events where we bring this discussion into community and really bring awareness around hate and identity-based harm. We've also expanded into malls, arenas, libraries, community centers, and we keep continuing to grow into more spaces to bring this message. Going forward, the Combating Hate Action Table is focusing on phase 2, which will really bring the broader messaging of this campaign deeper into communities, and will really focus on community conversations, connections, training, resources, support building within communities to build meaningful change and action. And while we do that work, we'll continue to go out into larger public spaces with the We All Belong campaign branding and messaging to continue to build that momentum as well. So I'm also happy to share with you an update on the Safe and Inclusive Spaces table. Communities have consistently raised concern around feeling safe and included in public spaces, and needing more spaces that were culturally safe and appropriate to gather and to live and to come together. And so the Safe and Inclusive Spaces is a table that is meant to go deeper into that priority and build action and momentum in that area. For this table, the first action is looking at how do we build more safe and inclusive Indigenous spaces in this community. There was an Indigenous Space Needs Assessment that was done, which confirmed major gaps in Indigenous-led spaces for ceremony, healing, and gathering. So the action table, I'm happy to say, has come together and has met under Indigenous leadership, including the Director of Truth and Reconciliation on the Ready Team, Paula Whitlow, and other Indigenous leaders across this community. The table will look at key goals and actions for their work together, which will help to increase Indigenous spaces that are culturally safe to gather in, that can include indoor, outdoor hubs, healing spaces, and more. The work will also continue to help embed, as part of this action table, truth and reconciliation across the entire community safety well-being plan, and to ensure that there is more meaningful action in representation, membership, and governance. So now I'm going to turn it over to Inspector Aaron Matthias.
Thank you, Fazia, and good evening, Council. Very grateful to be here and be able to share some of the great work that's happening in the community at the Intimate Partner Violence, Gender-Based Violence, and Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls Action Table, as well as the Mental Health and Addictions Action Table. As we know, intimate partner violence, gender-based violence, and missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls remains urgent and a growing concern. Many municipalities declared these forms of violence locally and across the province in 2023 as an epidemic. This was closely followed by its inclusion as a priority under our Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan. To date, the action table has focused on service coordination, developing survivor-centered approaches, and continues to improve alignment across systems. Key work in these areas was led by partner agencies in the Family Violence Project and also included strengthening the hub service delivery model, supporting early intervention, engaging men, and improving access to legal and trauma-informed supports that help survivors to better navigate the complexities of our justice and support systems. The table has also continued to develop Indigenous-led and culturally responsive approaches, which are more intentionally integrated and are part of a current engagement strategy. Going forward, the focus continues to be meaningful action in response to GBV, or gender-based violence, as an epidemic, integrating Waterloo Region's gender-based violence strategy, addressing and continuing to prioritize the issue of human trafficking in our region, improving access to safe housing and healing spaces, and strengthening system accountability. Moving now to mental health and addictions, these continue to drive high demand of resources across paramedic services, police, healthcare, and community services. The Mental Health and Addiction System Transformation Team was created to reduce fragmentation and improve overall coordination. Actions to date include referral tools, heart hub expansion, mobile and outreach services, transitional housing, and compensating lived experience partners. Early pilots are showing promise and in supporting people with complex and high use needs. Going forward, we look to move our efforts further upstream with youth-focused prevention, expanding youth wellness hubs, improving crisis response, strengthening data sharing, and continuing system integration. I will pass back to Samina.
Thank you. Next slide, please. So we heard a number of forward-looking themes and priorities in these consultations. As we move forward from 2026 to 2030, our community organizations identified many themes. We're starting to build a future together. This work, though, they've said is complex and involves many collaborative systems and community mapping, and our consultations highlighted that this would take time and care, trust, and collaboration. That continues to be the hallmark of this plan. Our community partners strongly affirmed the need to stay focused on those 4 priorities. You've just heard from Fazia and Inspector Matthias how important and substantive those priorities are. But they've said, continue to focus, but with a sharper focus on outcomes, measurable data, and progress reporting. In addition, another theme was the need for clearer governance and administration. As the community safety and well-being infrastructure has grown and evolved, they're looking for things such as, representation of membership on different committees, onboarding processes, clarity of roles, etc. And also greater collaboration across our action tables. Those 4 areas are not mutually exclusive, they intersect. In addition to that, our partners emphasize robust community engagement. Everybody wants the community safety and well-being strategy known out there for our residents. What is the good work we're doing? How can residents be involved? How can they be engaged? So communications and engagement is a big theme. In addition to that is a very evidence-based approach, shared indicators, outcomes, as I mentioned, transparent reporting, and looking at both local data and metadata, and public-facing transparency. In addition, we heard loud and clear that when we asked about gaps and areas we need to go, it was about including responsiveness to particularly well-being issues, housing and homelessness, food insecurity, cost of living, access to healthcare, and human trafficking. But yet it was identified that there are other tables working on these initiatives. There's a lot of good work happening in the community. So we don't want the CSWP plan to be duplicating efforts. We want to be intersecting, amplifying efforts, and looking at areas where we could have greater impact. These were some of the efforts that were expressed. And I'll turn it over to Fawzia next to give you some more themes.
So as Samina mentioned earlier, the framework is rooted in truth and reconciliation, equity, diversity and inclusion, anti-oppression, and social determinants of health. The community continues to call for deeper embedding of truth and reconciliation, EDI, and inclusion across governance, membership, priorities, and outcomes using an intersectional EDI Indigenous-led approach. So really what that means is how do those cross-secting identities impact experiences of people in this community across the different priorities, and how do we lean more deeply into that across the CSWP implementation. Community partners also stress the importance of strengthened prevention-focused intervention, including diversion, upstream supports, and non-police responses to crisis and mental health calls. Finally, the plan emphasizes collaborative systems approaches and shared learning across action tables, alongside deeper engagement with area municipalities, recognizing the distinct needs of rural and urban communities. Collectively, these themes will be integrated across all action tables and the plan as it continues to grow and evolve.
So where are we going with all of this? Where are we going with all of this? Next slide, please. Okay. Some tangible next steps. So following submission, we need to meet our mandated legislative times, is that we have to submit this plan following approval by Council to the Ministry of the Solicitor General. Following that, we want to launch the CSWP plan, celebrating the communities over the spring who've been involved in this, engaging widely and broadly as our communities have asked us to do, learning and sharing and listening. In addition to that, we want to do action planning with our action tables, as I mentioned, with a sharp focus on outcomes, evidence-based, and transparent reporting. In addition to that, we want to be developing forums. We've heard a lot about shared learning, and we're working with some of our systems partners on a forum and symposium for the fall and winter. And as we move into the winter, to pull our action tables together so that they can do action planning together. And throughout all of this process, we'll be regularly reporting, we'll be regularly updating our website, of course, coming back to Council so that you hear transparently from us. That is all part of the works in the plan. Next slide, please. So on a final note, I just want to say what a humble privilege it has been to be part of this entire process, to be returning to this community that I worked with for many, many years, and to see this incredible level of work at the community transparently, and to work with such amazing community partners and colleagues. Thank you to Council for your leadership and support. Thank you immensely to our CSWP community partners who've been doing this work for years and years and continue to do so. And we look forward to continuing to build and strengthen these relationships as we report back transparently to our communities, but also to you, Council. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Don't go anywhere. We've got lots of questions. So thank you for this fulsome update. It's very appreciated. So we will have to entertain a motion, but I'll take questions of staff first. Councillor Salonen, go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you very much to your team for the report and for the work you guys have done. I have a number of questions, so I'll probably have to queue back in. My first one, why is this coming to Council, not committee? This is a pretty important policy document that is legislatively required, and I don't really love that we're being asked to make a decision tonight when I have a lot of comments and input that I think it's good what you have, but it's not quite there yet.
I can only say we were directed to go to Council through this process. I don't know if others wanted to comment on that.
So Sabina and the crew were directed to bring it to Council because it has a deadline of the end of this month.
I understand, but we've known that there's a deadline for 4 years. So I'm asking, why was it not brought to committee? I can appreciate that they were directed, but I'm asking who were they directed by and why?
So my observation would be that it's complicated when you have to go out to communicate with several groups within the community, and the timing is the timing. So if you have some suggestions of things that you'd like to see, now is the time to suggest them, but it is here now and it has a deadline.
Okay. That's fine. On the community engagement, great that you guys worked with the 90 groups that are partners. Why wasn't there further community engagement? If you don't happen to be a part of this group, that you're already subscribed into the community and safety well-being plan?
Yeah, I think it's the balance, exactly as the chair was saying, it's that balance of meeting timelines and also working with a broad section of the community in those organizations. And it isn't just the 90 who contributed, it was actually shared out with all of the organizations that are acknowledged in the report. So if anyone didn't have further comments, if they said, we're fine with the way the report looks, they were also part of that, which is almost, I think, about 170 organizations across the region. So those are a fairly large, diverse cross-section of organizations and representatives and tables across the region. Of course, I would agree with you, if we had a longer time frame in order to meet the legislative timelines, we could go broader, we could have done a lot more. But I think to balance legislative requirements against meeting a robust cross-section across the region, this is why that approach was taken. And as I mentioned, the 90 who were actively involved, but it fanned out to over 150 who were part of the CSWP network. And they were all asked if they wanted to contribute, ideas, thoughts, all of that.
Okay. Looking at your 4 pillars, I think there are absolutely areas that are important to focus on. I think a big area that is missing and maybe could have been reflected if any of the 46 elected municipal leaders in the community were consulted in this process is I have a lot of complaints about people's safety in terms of theft issues, home invasion issues, car thefts are really big in my community. Also seniors and their safety and fraud in terms of seniors. I'm wondering where's the reflection of that, because a healthy whole community also involves a lot of those. And I know every time that the police have come to speak in my community, being Wilmot Township, those tend to be the repetitive core things that people talk about for community and safety well-being.
Well, I think there's every opportunity to move forward on those areas. And we heard, we surveyed the municipalities. We did reach out. We met with the staff. We met with some of the CAOs who responded back. And we did hear those very issues. And that's what comes across in the plan on working with our local municipalities on those local issues. So the issues you've mentioned, some of them are very localized. Other area municipalities said in our municipalities, they're well-being issues. We want to work deeper and closer with the municipalities. I say that with sincerity. Yes, it could be theft, violence, it could be assaults in one area municipality, it could be in another local area, it could be youth, who are at risk. So that is all part of that. Those are the references of working with local area municipalities deeper to address local issues more deeper.
I'll cue back in as I have
Okay,
more questions.
and I just remind all of council that there was an update brought to the all-council meeting around Christmas time. So this isn't the first time we're seeing it, but this is a more formal presentation that needs to be endorsed. But this has been reported to all-council meeting. Councillor James.
Thank you, through you, Chair, and Samina and team. Thanks for your work in this. I know it's not easy work, and you've got multiple, partners. I do have some questions. Some of them I think align a little bit with Councillor Salonen. In terms of the governance, who's accountable to who? How does that work in terms of the accountability? You've got these partners, you've got yourselves as staff. What does that look like in terms of who's making the decisions?
Yeah, that's a great question, and that question came up a lot during consultations. How are we accountable? So there's a steering committee. The steering committee is the decision-making governing body, which includes a representation of the chief of police is there, the chair, we have elected officials there, there's community members there, there's a different cross-section. Feeding into that steering committee are the action tables that are, that do various work, and there's working groups with a diversity of members across those action tables and working groups. But as you've noted, we heard in the consultations, look at that governance deeper, look at the representation of members around the table. This is obviously work that was started over time, over 4 years. And, we heard, now as we've moved ahead, we've, worked further on those pillars, we should re-examine, review governance, further. But there is a decision-making process, there is a consultation process, there's collaborative work in all of those working tables, but we will certainly be reviewing governance further to make sure, again, we've got representation, we've got a good governance structure in terms of decision-making, but also including diverse voices across the region, and a transparent process for bringing on new members, as well as onboarding. Onboarding was a very significant area.
Okay, and is council part of this? Is the final decision with council? Where do we fit into this? Because we're being asked to approve a recommendation now. So we're the final decision makers ultimately?
The council is the decision maker with respect to community, the entire plan, the community safety and well-being plan. Yeah, then that's a legislative mandate.
Okay, I have one other question I'll cue in, Chair, and it's just around the resourcing for this. How is this funded? Is it funded through region? Is it funded through the police? I know the mandate came from the Community Safety and Policing's Act. What does that look like? And are those partners who are part of it, are they compensated for their time? When I look at those grassroots organizations in particular that are stretched and do not have enough resources, what does that look like for this plan, the table and the partnership? And then, where is this funding coming from to implement this plan?
Samina, go ahead.
Sure. So absolutely, I'd appreciate, we heard from our community organizations, they're stretched, right? They're reliant on grant funding, grant after grant. This is how they work. That's acknowledged in the plan, the level of which we rely on public funding to make all of this happen. There are community organizations who receive honoraria for being part of the plan. They have continued to be highly engaged and came back. We are indebted to their contributions. I know that honoraria is a very small way to recognize them. The shared learning and providing forums for learning, professional development, that is something we're going to continue to commit with. They've asked for that, and that's often something they can't afford. The other thing, and it's a different way of compensating, many of our community organizations said, for example, human trafficking, help us with amplifying the campaign. Use this platform of the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan and help us amplify it. We can't do it alone. So that's another way that we increase impact with limited resources, helping our community organizations. Can you help us, the Combating Hate campaign is a perfect example of how everyone across municipalities came together to amplify that campaign. So those are some of the ways of addressing, I would say, limitations of public funding. How do we pool together? How do we work together? How do we collaborate? Utilizing our resources for maximum impact. In terms of funding it in the region, and I don't know if, Connie, you wanted to speak further to that in terms of funding it within the region here?
Connie, go ahead.
Thanks, and through the chair. So the region provides in-kind funding through my time, through Fazia's time. We also fund the community engagement coordinator position, which provides a lot of the support to Samina and the plan. And there's also funding that's provided annually by the Waterloo Regional Police Service for the executive director position, as well as in-kind support of Inspector Mathias's time.
Okay. I'll cue back in, Chair.
Councillor Vanovich.
Thank you very much, and thanks to the three of you and everyone else who's been part of this. I too want to, I would agree with some of the comments that have been made earlier, in particular as they relate to, and this is a pretty substantive policy document, and while it may have been presented at all councils, I mean, ultimately, the responsibility lies with this council, and I think it would have been helpful to see it at committee, so we're not dealing with this at the 11th hour. The other point that I will make, and I too share a concern in relation to, as I look at the four themes, there's no question that they're important, and I value and appreciate them. There's definitely a correlation between mental health and addictions and safe and inclusive spaces as it's experienced by residents in our community. But I can tell you honestly, the things that I hear about and that the councillors at the City of Kitchener hear about a lot are things like car thefts, porch pirates, the jewelry store robberies in our malls, and gun and weapon violence, youth violence amongst themselves, email and online fraud, seniors fraud. Those are the things that for the average citizen are priorities. And I guess as I look at this report, I don't really see that being identified in an appropriately significant way as a priority to reflect the concerns of the community in a broad way. And so I'm wondering if you can help me understand that better.
As I expressed, those were areas that were identified, but they were identified as diverse local issues. You know, as you said, in one area there might be theft is more of a significant issue, seniors and fraud, you know, is an area. So how that would evolve in the plan is developing those pillars. And maybe this is one thing. This plan is not a fait accompli. This is a plan that's signaling where we also want to go, right? And where we want to go is hopefully develop more pillars. You know, this was discussed at the steering committee one point, that what is it that happens after this plan is more important than the plan itself. The plan is saying those 4 priorities are important, but our communities have signaled other areas as important as well. And we have a job over the next 4 years to develop those pillars, to develop those priorities. I mean, again, this balance between meeting a legislative mandate timeline-wise in a very short time frame, but we've signaled areas. That's why we referred very specifically to signaling areas and continuing to work on developing other pillars and priorities. So I would say this again with integrity. Will we come away a year or 2 years from now with a stronger focus, for example, youth violence and recidivism? That's a big theme that's coming up. You're not seeing that as a pillar. We're going to be developing that as a pillar. Are we going to look at theft, and as you said, auto theft in those areas? Those are pillars to develop. So it's signaling in the plan those areas of signals that we're going to go to places. And, you know, when we're reporting back, this is a living plan. You know, a year from now, we should be reporting on where are we going with some of those areas to develop. So it's not an absence of, it is a further area of work that we would be developing over the next 4 years.
I guess, and I'll just make this point, is when I think about my accountabilities to the people who elect me and who elect, for example, the councillors at the area municipality, you know, in approving a policy document like this, I think they would view that the issues that are priorities for them and that they feel, you know, unfortunately on a regular basis in the community are reflective in a new policy document that's going to set resources and directions over the next 4 years. And it's those immediate direct things that impact people that I think people are looking for. You know, not the broad policy document without, and simply saying that, you know, those are pillars we're going to work on in the future, because they're very real things when you're losing, you know, when your car's getting stolen or your, you know, your senior parent has experienced, you know, phone fraud or whatever the case is. They're not interested in hearing sort of, you know, well, it's a pillar we'll look at in 2 years from now, because it's a very real thing today. And so I think that's where this document has really probably not achieved the community's expectations in that regard.
Councillor Hunick.
Thank you, Chair. I think some of my colleagues have pointed out some gaps that I did not see prior to this meeting. I want to say that I am proud of the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan. I'm proud to live here. I'm happy to support it. I'm wondering if you can speak to what in our plan is unique in comparison to other municipalities or other regions. Are there lessons that we could be learning from neighboring communities facing the same or similar challenges?
Samina?
Sure, and then I may call upon my colleagues. Before starting this process, we did embark and look at a scan of different municipalities and where they were with their plans. Let me speak to where our plan seems to be notable. And that framework that's rooted in reconciliation, equity, diversity, and inclusion, and kind of very sophisticated framework, that level of sophistication and complexity, other municipalities relied on largely what the provinces, the province has 4 areas: prevention, risk mitigation, that was their framework. The fact that the region developed a robust framework, thinking about community ownership, all of these areas, that I think stands out of the region's plan compared to other plans. In terms of other plans, what we do see are very similar themes. I will say that across the big municipalities, a very consistent theme is systemic racism in EDI, which is in our plan. That was a very consistent theme. Other themes, housing and homelessness, and this is why we were saying we're signaling this as an area. It wasn't in our plan originally, but it is something we've heard loud and clear from communities. The strong focus on prevention is something we see across municipalities. The legislative mandate requires a strong focus on prevention and upstream efforts. Our plan is consistent with that. Other municipalities have included truth and reconciliation. Some of these areas have been themes, very strong themes in those plans. Focus on youth and diversion, an area we want to go into more. Those are some comparators. I'm giving you a few highlights of where we compare, but there's a lot of learning and sharing. This is not reinventing the wheel. There is a lot that has progressed in these last 4 years across municipalities, and we hope to create a community of practice with other municipalities.
Thank you, Chair. A follow-up, if I may.
Go ahead.
I think that what is there is clearly reflective of the fact that we have a diverse number of contributors and partners that have, this is a plan developed by community for community, and I love that. And I think any gaps that exist might signal to us perhaps the voices that are still too quiet or still need to be amplified. And so I'm wondering if our partners list reflects seniors and people with disabilities notably, and if not, if that's something that we can shoot for in the next iteration of the plan.
I'd say there is diversity in those multiple organizations. Yes, there's representation in terms of seniors and accessibility, but I will say this is an area we can do more on. I'd absolutely say that with integrity, particularly accessibility, and that was highlighted when we did the survey for municipalities, that representation in terms of those who are working on issues of accessibility, those who have accessibility issues. Have we looked at that as representation? But also, again, greater inclusion of seniors. And we've also been asked about inclusion of rural youth, of how can we more meaningfully involve rural youth as well as seniors. So we can do more there. And this is why the plan intentionally speaks to looking at representation, looking at governance.
Okay, great. Thanks. That's all for me.
Councillor Rodriguez.
Thank you, Chair. And thanks to the team for being here for this presentation. And I think based on some of the discussion that I'm hearing, a question perhaps for Inspector Mathias, just if you can maybe comment on how this plan aligns with WRPS's work, your priorities. I think we've heard a lot about priorities that may not be reflected as evidently in this plan right now. And I think it's really important for the community to understand that ultimately this comes from the Community Safety and Policing Act. And so council has very little interaction with the operations and how things roll out at WRPS. And I just want to understand a little bit more about, when approving something like this, what are we capturing, what are we not capturing, and how does this drive your team's work?
Yeah, again, thank you for the question and through the chair. Certainly the priorities that are reflective here were brought forth by community through input at various stages of engagement. And there's certainly all priorities for the Waterloo Regional Police Service as well. We look at something like intimate partner violence. Our intimate partner violence unit lays almost 25% of our total service charges This is a community issue. This is why it's been, part of the reason why it's been included in the plan, and we continue to resource and advocate for hub model resources to better serve community members. Additionally, with combating hate, we realize that this is very impactful on communities, individuals, groups, and we have committed membership providing support to that action table. So that is another priority. Speaking to some of the other issues that were brought up, we do have our crime suppression plan that touches on many of these items. While it's not mentioned in the community safety wellbeing plan, certainly being addressed by the police service writ large. Our values speak to partnerships as being a key value, and this plan certainly, I think, embodies that. The importance of real, genuine collaboration across systems, across sectors and agencies, so we're all rowing in the same direction. These are large issues within the community, and they will take time to address, and we continue to have, I believe mentioned in the document, is foresight and responsiveness. We want a malleable plan that is adaptable to community need and trends, and that I think is included here. So thank you for the question.
And so my follow-up would be then, like, so if they're not included in this plan, right, how do they get picked up? Where do those things get picked up? And how does that community input, we heard about, a lot of engagement with organizations, but perhaps less broad engagement with the community to really understand where those priorities are, right? I look at, I'm glad to see near the end of the document we talk about looking at non-police responses for mental health. But that's been on the books for some time now. And how does it jump out of the books to actually roll out into a plan, right? And I hope to work with staff over the next month on some direction to get some of these things jumping out of the plan so that we can actually have conversations about where could we pilot something like this, and where could we have those conversations, and where does it make sense in our community. And so I struggle with, I think there's a lot great in this plan, and then maybe this is the team, but how do we start taking some of these actions, and whether they're reflected or not, and where do they get picked up?
Maybe ask Samina to speak to the governance model, but we will really rely on the governance of steering committee to, again, identify the trends that are identified in the community, and approve those items moving forward. But I'll turn it to Samina for any additional.
Well, the plan has a number of indicators. They're identified for the 4 priority areas. We obviously have to develop them for those future areas as well, too. This should be data informed, and it should be evidence-based, right? This is what should start to pull it up. So if we take, again, GBV, IPV, in just the family violence area, you've got, 6,000 calls, right, a year, right? More than 6,000 calls, right? We've got declared this an epidemic. That's an evidence-based approach, should be an area in the plan. Similarly, if there's other areas, and it's why we've put in there, work with local area municipalities on local data. That's the best approach. So if we're seeing an uptick, for example, in an area such as auto thefts, and it's significant, then we need targeted approaches on that. It should be evidence-based in the way that's what should pull it up into actions, right? If we're seeing a correlation between, this is supposed to be a preventative focus between, unsuccessful, let's say, completion of high school in an area or a region, and that is then we're also seeing an uptick in youth violence. That's a very strong correlative data approach that we need to focus much more on youth and prevention. So I do hope that going forward, we're taking those evidence data-based approaches, that you want to make progress on areas where you're seeing indicators of greater safety concerns, and there's also risk factors. So violent crime, and I agree with our council members here, violent crime is an indicator of increased safety concerns. We want to look at that locally, and those are areas you want to target and approach. So I think you'll see over the next 4 years a much more data, evidence-based, using data, using, of course, community voices. And I will say, hearing you all, I've been here 6 months. I wish I had a 2-year trajectory in that 4-year time period to meet a legislative mandate where we could go broader. We were balancing many, many elements while trying to meet the legislative mandate and make sure that we were also meaningfully and transparently consulting with communities. That's what you're seeing as a balance. But we can go very wide going forward. We can work with our communities, we can work with town halls, and there can be many initiatives coming out of this plan. But I would hope, again, we're taking evidence-based approaches where there's meaningful impact, working with our systems partners, working with the police service.
Okay. Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, and through you, the chair. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to hold your heads up high and say you did the best you could or what you thought you were supposed to do. Our job here is to say thank you, but, and it is the but. So, and you know what? WRPS knows this. They see the but every single day. They see it on the streets. They see it in the homes. They see it in dark alleys. They know the buts already. And, you know, it's like Waterloo Region, one of the highest places for human trafficking, right? Isn't that's terrifying, you know, that we are one of the highest places for human trafficking, you know, homeless. I was working with the YWCA. They had 2 90-year-old women on the streets, and they couldn't provide a bed for them. 90 years old that had pensions, but the pensions were back in the 80s, and it doesn't buy them a room today. Those are concerns. Auto theft for sure, but there's a million other concerns. Kids on the street, kids in townships, we have kids not even just kids couch surfing. We have whole families moving in with the elderly parents to support them because they can't. And this is the reality of our world today. So WRPS sees a lot of this and knows this. And this is a nice document that covers a lot of the areas that we've already known about. But it's hitting the core of our community, the very in-depth core that needs us more than ever. You know, and they don't fit into a category. They are just human beings needing to fit into our society, and they don't know how. So that's what we're saying to you. We're saying there's more. There's more, and we want you to touch the hearts of everybody with this document. We want you to talk people into thinking beyond their own little narrow world. We want them to see our world, not just the bad, also the good, but how the good can help deal with the bad. And if somebody doesn't write it and show it and portray it, then we go by it again another year. So hold your heads high for what you did, and I'm going to ask you to dig deeper. Thank you.
I believe you wanted to start with a did you know, right? Councillor McCabe.
Yeah, thanks, through you, Chair. And thanks for the report and the information that you provided. I just wanted to say that I'm prepared to move it if there's a seconder.
Thank you, Councillor McCabe. That's been moved by Councillor McCabe. A seconder? Councillor Hunick? Okay, so it's on the floor. Thank you, Councillor McCabe. You have no question?
No, I have no questions. I guess I would say, I mean, just a comment. I guess that, you know, we've known that this report was in the works. I know I met with Samina and with some of my team from the city of Waterloo, you know, and so there certainly have been opportunities to provide input in that over the past few months. So I'll just stop there. I'm prepared to move it and move forward.
Thank you. Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. Thank you for coming in today. And I sit on the steering committee. I know I missed a number of meetings with conflicting schedules. I think what is really good about the work that's been done here is actually getting different groups together, talking together, and conferring with them. So I think I don't think we're doing it justice if we look at it as just what our residents are seeing as safety issues. I think it's more than that. I think it's having people talk together and understand each other at that sort of underlying social piece. But I hear what everyone is saying about linking this to actions. And so if you've got a 4-year action plan at the end, I think if you can show us how the underlying information, like the real crux of it, is being translated into how our actions are different and how policing might be different, or how those pieces are intersecting, I think that would be really helpful for a future report, not for this one.
And there, if I may say, there's the reference at the end to develop the action plan. So
Exactly.
It's actually, that is an outcome of this process, that we will have a 4-year action plan.
Thank you, Councillor Shantz, and I'm just going to take Chair's prerogative because I too have been part of this journey from get-go and say that this is not a new plan. This is a refresh of a plan that we took slowly because we were working with the community, and this has been shaped by the community. And I would ask all of us to hearken back to the upstream funding and the fact that we have community members there that decide who gets the funding. And we've had people in the community go, well, it doesn't reflect our priorities. Well, the reality is it reflects that group of community participants. It's their priorities, and that's why these four priorities have been brought forward from the community, by the community. And there is much more work to be done, and I think people are acknowledging that, and I think that Samina, Fazia, and Aaron would agree that there is much more work to be done, and we've got lots of people on working groups that are going to continue to do that work. And the next phase will be the data phase, as Councillor Shantz has said, and that will be the measurement, I think, Councillor Rodriguez, that you're looking for, like what are the outcomes and what do we measure against? So having said that, I'll go to Councillor Gowing.
Thanks, Chair. Reading through this document, I too missed the part where the fraud and thefts, and honestly, I just want to echo that part, that I think it's very important that we consider that. In my role, I know that there's increased mortgage fraud, and I made notes, that's why I'm looking down here, and financial misrepresentation in our community specifically. When it comes to the theft side, there's not-for-profits that are getting their copper stolen. I know the South Naval Vets in Galt had it multiple times. So these are things that I was hoping to see as a community safety plan, but I didn't. So I just wanted to echo my counterparts here. Second to that is, can you explain how the region's DEA work is aligned with the City of Kitchener's newcomer strategy, and is there overlap, or are we going to work in conjunction with the lower municipalities to make sure that there isn't the duplication of work, so that we work synergy in the work that we're doing?
Samina?
Yeah, the plan repeatedly says we need to be working in synergy, not duplication and overlap, because there can be so many areas of overlap. So Immigration Partnership is actually a systems partner who sits right on our advisory, on our core group, and it's looking at those intersecting areas. An example, for example, was seeing that uptick in hate directed at newcomers, and the correlation with that, and how can we leverage the Combating Hate campaign. That was an actual example of how through the CSWP we worked on the campaign with Immigration Partnership. So it's that kind of intersecting work we want to do, amplify and strengthen each other's work without duplicating efforts. So yes, I would say we'd be working in conjunction with area municipalities on the newcomer, on the immigration strategy, and we're actually actively working with those organizations as part of the CSWP.
Councillor Liggett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't think we're concerned about what's in it, it's what's missing from it. And I wonder which departments, like you have the table and representatives of the municipalities sitting around that, but what departments did you reach out to, let's say in Cambridge, the EDIA team, our bylaw team, because it's what's missing from this. So if this is a plan that has to be updated on a regular basis, there are provincial plans that come into play following that. So last June, Bill 10 came out, and that was the Safer Streets and Stronger Communities Act. But I don't see that reflected in here, particularly from the police department's part in this. And when Councillor Gowing speaks about the Navy Club in Cambridge, I had all of the legions around the table recently, and they have grave concerns of what's being stolen from them. So part of our job, as Councillor Verbanovich said, is we have to answer to the rest of our community as well. So it's not just this portion of the community, it's the whole community that needs to feel safe, and they're not feeling safe. And that there's nothing in here about that. It's about all of the other stuff. So it's difficult to support this and say, yes, I approve of this plan, when this is coming, resting on our as part of our responsibility, if we're missing half of our community. So it's great that your presentation, the report and that, but you're missing half of the community. So I would expect the next one to come to encompass the rest of the community. Would that be fair?
So, Councillor Liggett, I'm going to look to Connie, who has been on this journey for a very long time, and maybe she can fill in some of the gaps that you're identifying.
Sure, thanks through the chair. So one thing that was done as part of the draft, so the draft community safety and wellbeing plan was shared with all of the CAOs with a request to send to all councillors at area municipalities and all municipal staff to make sure that the draft reflected input from all of the departments that would have a stake in the community safety and wellbeing plan. And I know that many municipalities did participate and fill in that survey and provide input. I would say that the team's really happy to have follow-up discussions with any staff that want to have a conversation about the focus of this plan. It is a plan that is very focused on upstream solutions. So more about the root causes of safety and well-being issues in the community rather than more immediate interventions, talking about, theft and actual crime, but more about what are those contributors within communities that cause crime later on. And there's a whole, I'm sure we could spend a whole lot of time talking about levels of intervention, but the plan is really focused on upstream solutions and why the upstream fund supports many of the pillars of the community safety and wellbeing plan.
Can I have a follow-up, please?
Go ahead.
So I understand that, but how do you know what upstream solutions can exist if you don't know what is going on in the community in order to look for the solutions for those problems? That's all I'm saying, that there's another part to this, another chapter to this report that needs to lead into these potential solutions that you have here. I just would like you to take away for next time this comes around, that to be part of what you have done as your homework to get to this. Am I clear? Am I being...
No, I absolutely understand, and I think that's a great point, and I think that that's something that the team can build into the next phase is broader community dialogue around community safety and well-being and the experiences of people as they're working through the initiatives. I think that's a great idea and something that the team can work on.
Okay, thank you. That's all
Point
I
of
ask.
personal privilege.
Councillor Hunick.
As a councillor, I've gotten so many emails related to the community safety and wellbeing plan, and I've taken part in at least 4 events since I became councillor, and they've all been really excellent. So I really hope that each of us, as we sit around this table, critiquing actually what is a really great piece of work, especially for 6 months, have taken the opportunity to contribute as we were asked to do so.
So, Councillor Hunick, I would say that technically that is not a point of privilege, but I should have come back to you as the seconder of the motion, so I will indulge you skipping over the line. Councillor Salonen.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I agree with a lot of the comments that have been said. I guess, frustrated. I'll be honest, it never made it through to my staff or council, and frustrated that we left it at an email to the CAOs of the area municipalities. Versus, I mean, even our transit team did way better outreach with our area municipalities on our rural transit strategy and our general transit strategy by showing up to every council meeting, and that's not a legislatively required document. So I would just say I think we can do better, but I appreciate that that was in the past. I guess what I really see as huge missing gaps are the two probably ongoing complaints that I always receive have to do with speeding and road safety, and that is true across the entire country. That is not just in my community issue. It is one of the biggest issues that this horseshoe deals with. That is missing. I can appreciate that these are social focused and on upstream, but there really needs to be a balance. And when we look at the other jurisdictions, because again, every jurisdiction across the province does need to have one of these plans, that's something that's really clearly missing in ours as a gap that is recognized in almost every other plan that I've looked at across the province. And we speak about it at the Roma table as well. Housing and homelessness is another huge one that we deal with around this table. It is a core pillar in our strategic plan of Homes for All, and it is not explicitly referenced in here. And again, that is one of the most common trending ones, usually in the top 2 priorities for every other community safety wellbeing plan across the province. So I'm really struggling with the gaps in the experience of the broader community. Then looking as well as the plans that you guys have going forward for next steps. Again, I think foundationally you're working with great stuff. I just think there are a lot of missing gaps. Priority number 2, for example, it is a huge problem. Again, not just our community across the province, but I also don't see anything to do with any engagement that we've utilized with one of our local MPPs, Jess Dixon, who sits on a committee provincially that actually deals with this problem. And she wrote like a almost 2,000-page dissertation, essentially, to the provincial government with recommendations that can concrete have changes across the entire province and if implemented, to actually have change. So I guess I feel like we are hyper-focusing on certain groups, that it's great that they're tied in and locked in, but we're missing a whole broad scope of other expertise in our area and our community, and a whole broad spectrum of other experiences that make a place safe to be and to be yourself in your community. I also, too, am just looking for more clarity on your 4th pillar. I think it's important to have safe spaces, absolutely. Your preamble talks about many different groups, including youth and seniors and visible minorities, but then the actual concrete discussion in the report only focuses on Indigenous, which proportionally, absolutely, it's an important group to focus on and to recognize their needs. But again, proportionally, when we are looking at our 650,000 people who live in the region, it's less than 4% of our population are Indigenous and fall in here. So I'm, again, having issues with the gaps in representing the entire community in this, and why a lot of this work philosophically really important, but in actual scope in the report is not something that is inclusive of our entire community, when we could be broader on our pillars and then have key areas to focus on, like Indigenous spaces, but then also look at youth spaces, also look at spaces for unhoused and homeless people. Like, I'm really struggling with that in the report. So if you could speak to that and how we're going to address it, because at this point in time, I really will have a hard time, and I don't know if I can support the document as is, because it's a gapping area.
Samina, do you want to talk about homelessness and housing? I know that that's something that's been a topic of conversation.
Sorry, Chair, I had multiple questions there. Why are we just focusing on the one?
Well, we'll start with that one.
Thank you for speaking with candor, and that's what this is all about, this forum. I will just start with housing and homelessness. Housing and homelessness was identified in the report as a critical priority, as an intersecting priority in the future actions. It's there as a significant area of a pillar to develop. What we were asked to do is what is the role of community safety and well-being versus the role of the housing homelessness table and other tables. So we've actually, that is going to be a very serious area of a priority. So please be assured, housing and homelessness came up again and again, which is why it's in the plan. It is absolutely in the plan. To your other point, I mean, we did reach out, you know, through the CAO's offices. We met, you know, with staff in different offices. They were welcome to bring, you know, any staff from any area who had an investment or an interest in these areas. Speeding didn't come up, but it doesn't mean it's not an issue. It just truly, that's why it's not reflected. This is truly the voice. It wasn't an area that did come up. What did come up was the isolation in rural communities, the wellness issues in rural communities, and that's why this is expressed as such, the distinct needs in rural communities. So there are those issues that are expressed here, but speeding just, it wasn't one that had come up. We would have happily included it had it been one as a theme. We even listened to those who gave individual ideas and said, how could we incorporate that, even if it's not a big theme, you know, in the whole plan of itself. So, you know, we did our best with whom reached out, we spoke to whom we reached out to, and we reflected, we went through each of those compilation of the feedback. There's a 30-page document of everything that came forward and how that was incorporated in the plan. And I just say, again, I'd be happy to incorporate any other area if it had come up. But certainly housing and homelessness did as a top priority, and you're right, that is a theme that is there in just about every CSWP across the province. We recognize that.
Councillor Salonen?
I guess, why is it not a core pillar? I can appreciate not wanting to replicate work, but also this isn't supposed to be a standalone document. It's supposed to reflect, my interpretation of the legislation at least, is that it is supposed to reflect how we can work towards being a community that people are well in as well as feel safe in. So I guess, again, as something that is a core piece of work that we do as this level of government, why it wouldn't be a core pillar.
It will be a core pillar, if I may say. In the time period to develop a core pillar, so the 4 pillars you're seeing, and I'm sorry, I'm speaking historically, right? I wasn't here. The 4 pillars that came to be, that's years of work in what those pillars look like, what were the actions. So you see there's very detailed outlining, what were the actions done over those 4 years, what's going to be done, all of that. That isn't an area, the housing and homeless wasn't an area that's been developed. This was an area that we've heard should be an important pillar going forward. So that's why those signals are what should be future pillars, what should be future areas. That will be one, absolutely it will be. It's at this stage in time to meet the legislative mandate. We don't have that history of working on that as a core pillar over the last 4 years. So those 4 pillars are spoken to in great detail. What happened, what will be the actions going forward. The other areas we've signaled, we're going to work on these areas and develop pillars in those areas. And as I mentioned, if there are data that's demonstrating that there are real needs that we could take preventative approaches, whether it be fraud, whether it be theft, whether it be speeding, then those will be part of other pillars as we develop. It's what we do after this plan is submitted, that we work on those areas to signal further.
Can I have a final question, Chair?
You can have one last one.
Thank you. I guess, what are you constituting as if the data exists? Auto theft is a very simple one.
Not that
we have an associate minister for auto theft for the entire province. So again, it's not just an issue in Wilmot.
Oh, sorry, I don't mean what the data exists, and maybe we'll bring, spectrum TS. We want to be able to have targeted solutions. The most sort of ineffective plans are, they're so broad that you can't have targeted solutions. So if there is speeding and we've got data on speeding and we can have targeted solutions, obviously with Waterloo Regional Police being an important area in that, but also preventative work and education work, we want to target in those areas. So I just mean data informed, sorry, I don't mean that the data exists, but to be data informed so that there's targeted interventions. And if you look at the plans across the province, that's what they're speaking about, targeted pilots and targeted interventions, so that they have greater impact, that they're not just so broad that you're not achieving anything in response to, let's say, speeding.
Thank you.
Councillor James.
Thank you through you, Chair, and Samina and team. You've been up there a while and answering gracefully. So one of the things, many of my colleagues have spoken about what they're hearing, and while I represent Kitchener, I hear from all over this region about issues in combating hate. Doesn't matter if it's rural or in the urban areas, it's something that comes to me in various forms consistently, and I'm very conscious of the combating hate element. I also believe that this is not something that is just municipal or provincial, it's federal. And in terms of policy and systemic change, I'm very consciously aware that part of our role as council is some of that policy and advocacy. So later on this evening, I will be tabling a motion regarding that involves upper levels of government, because I think with the combating hate, it is, everything is local, but the systemic, as you mentioned, systemic changes that need to happen, that comes from policy. And I think that's part of our role as elected officials is advocating for policy. So I'm just, as clerks has it, I'll share it with council regarding a motion coming forward later. What I do want to ask you all about, and I will support this. I am also conscious, and you know, I have some concerns as well with this in terms of just the plan, and you know, people are hurting in many different ways in this community, but you need to keep moving forward. So I'm not going to be a barrier to moving this work forward. I think you all have put effort in. This is a big question, and you've got the plan from 2026 to 2030. What does success look like? What does that look like? And I mean, tapping into your meeting with the steering committee and the partnership groups, what does that look like? And maybe that's something that needs to come back. But I think in order to have a plan, and as Councillor Rodriguez mentioned, those measurables, those key performance indicators, what does that look like for this community? Not to say it's just your work alone, but I think that's a question for us to have trust in a process needs to be clearly outlined with this work. And I guess, and the other thing, through you, Chair, one more comment. The police the WRPS have indicated AI as something that that's something a priority. I want to see where this kind of fits into this plan too, in terms of some of the measurables and that, because I think that that's a huge opportunity. That I don't see anything about that. And if you're working closely with WRPS, this is part of their Community Safety and Policing Act and all of that, there is a whole AI component that I think is important with this work in this plan, especially when it comes to data and measurements and tracking and key performance indicators.
So was that a did you know?
Did you know? But also, I think it's fair for this committee. I mean, you know, Connie and Fazia, the inspector. What does success look like? I mean, you've been working on this, so I think you know it doesn't have to be a perfect answer. But what does that look like for your team, for this region ultimately?
Fazia.
Thank you. What I'll do is I'll reflect on the last 4 years. And so when we were building this plan initially, it was very conceptual. And so what success looked like for us 4 years ago is a lot of what we shared with you today in terms of what we've accomplished. The 4 priorities bubbling up. We started with just a framework that really centered what the community said, and there's like pages and pages, over 100-page consultation document of what this community said really mattered when it came to safety and well-being. We anchored those priorities, truth and reconciliation, EDI, social determinants of health, when you think about root causes, and upstream solutions. So when I think about where we started and where we are today, we think about 4 priorities that bubbled up through there. And those 4 priorities continue to reflect all the ongoing conversations and engagement. And they cut across community. The plan was really meant to cut across communities, and it is meant to be for all residents of Waterloo Region. And I think about that the governance structure was implemented. I think about the 4 action tables that were put together. I think about all of those key actions and deliverables that are coming out of the action table. And I think that, you know, even the the upstream fund in itself came out of aligning that motion from council to CSWP priorities of self-determined communities. And so if I think about measures of success, I'll reflect on all of that we've done to date, and then now thinking about as we move forward, what is that evolution? So we've learned a lot over these last 4 years, and we can take that and we can filter that into more concrete goals and actions and key indicators. I think these last 4 years really gave us an opportunity to learn that we can collaborate together. We can do better if we work together. And now there's opened up a lot more possibilities going forward to look at all of these issues that are being raised here in this room. And I think that going forward, we can be a lot more concise in what those key indicators are and bring back measurements of success on those. So that would be like how I would look at success to date and how I would continue to look at it evolving as we move forward over the next 4 years.
Thank you for the question. I would echo much of what Fawzia said, but also include, I think, the development of partnerships and the collaboration and goodwill that's, I think, really expanded under the plan is quite evident across the community. Beyond that, go back to the discussion around evidence-based practices, establishing clear baselines for these specific issues, implementing strategies, initiatives as indicated by legislation, and then having those measurable outcomes, making sure that we're evaluating what we do to make sure that it is a sound investment, a sound path of action. I look to great examples of baselines that already exist. Data already exists in the community and we can leverage that. I look to Children and Youth Planning Table as having a very healthy, telling a very healthy story about youth and their perceptions of our community, and we certainly look to that data and other types of data like that can provide that baseline and measure our success against that. Thank you.
Connie, do you want to weigh in?
Do you have a couple hours? No, I'm just kidding. For me, one of the magical parts of the community safety and wellbeing plan work is we've heard from community for so long that systems continue to fail them. And we continue to have conversations about what people want to see differently. And then as systems, we go away and we do our work, and then we come back and we report on progress, and community isn't seeing the change. I think today we've built a system where we're actually doing the work together. We're sitting at the same table, we're using the same data, we're having the same conversation, and we're redesigning systems and services from a completely different way. I think the amount of resources we have embedded in this right now means it's slow. It's not as fast as we want it to be. And Erin's been really modest, but the work that the Family Violence Project has done with support from the region and other staff this year to do a completely new strategic plan for what that service looks like, to bring family violence partners to Six Nations to reimagine what service could look like for Indigenous residents, and then to think about what the next model of that service looks like. Like, that is where the magic is for me, and I think we want to do that in more services in the mental health sector and others. So for me, I want to see more of that. And I think that's where the results and the data will come from. And in particular, a difference in the experience that residents have when they interact with systems and services.
Samina, do you want to finish up?
I think my colleagues have expressed it well. I think it's an evolving living plan. So we're at a moment in time where we've created something, in a moment in time with consultations with diverse groups. All those areas there that we're signaling, in addition to those 4 priorities, how do those result in tangible actions? As I mentioned, these plans and the legislative mandate should be coming. What happens after the plan is more important, if not the plan. It's the action plans, it's those indicators, it's the transparent reporting. And if we're not doing that, then we have a plan on paper. Let's say it included all those elements of everything we wanted, and it doesn't have that tangible action planning reporting. We're not coming back to council or all council with that reporting. We're not coming back with indicators or showing progress. Then that's a plan on paper. So to me, success comes through tangible outcomes, tangible indicators, clarity in terms of you can see what's actually being delivered on the ground. And obviously, we need to be evolving and listening. This has been a forum for listening. We need to continue to evolve and listen and grow those pillars. So this plan should not be looking just like those 4 pillars. I've said this actually in many meetings. If we don't come out of this with more pillars and more areas to work on, then we haven't been listening, and it's been a static plan over 4 years. It needs to be a living, breathing plan that reflects the community. That, to me, is success.
Thank you. I think you've all eloquently said kind of, ways in which success looks like. You've put it in a tangible way for us. And again, some of this is also policy driven. It's outside of municipal and provincial and sometimes federal. But I think ultimately at the end of the day, it's how we interact with each other. And we can only control what we can control. Always remember that. But thank you. And I will support this and the work that you are doing, and hope to see more as you go further.
Councillor Vanovich.
Thank you very much, Chair Edmund, and lots of good dialogue on this around the council horseshoe. And I want to reiterate again that there's a lot of good work and good information, recommendation and directions in this report about issues that are important in our community and that are a concern to residents in our community. The combating hate, the intimate partner violence, we know is a significant concern based on numbers, mental health and addictions, and so on. But where I struggle, because I do want to support this, but where I struggle is supporting a document that becomes our 4-year plan with these missing components. And so I'm trying to figure out a path forward in order to be able to do that. And so, Mr. Clerk, I've just sent to you a proposed amendment that I'd like to suggest, and that's that we add the word preliminary in front of community so that it would read that the Regional Municipality of Waterloo approved the refreshed preliminary Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan 2026-2030 as outlined in the report, but then also adding a clause and further that an updated plan to address concerns raised today at Row Council be brought forward as part of an update to the Region of Waterloo Committee and Council no later than June 30th, 2027. And so what that does is it provides an opportunity for us to move forward and acknowledge the work that's been done, but it also allows a 15-month period in which staff can do some additional work and bring a updated plan and report forward to address some really genuine and real concerns that a number of members of council have addressed. Ms. Sammy is absolutely right. She's only been in this role 6 months, but this is work that's been going on for quite some time with other staff involved. And Ms. McDonald indicated, the residents feel that systems continue to fail them. And that's exactly why I'm struggling with this right now, because I feel that the report that's in front of us, while it addresses some real and genuine concerns, will have residents continue to feel that systems are failing them because the things that impact many, many people in their day-to-day lives are being missed. And to simply leave it for 4 years is, in my view, not an acceptable option. And so I would like to move this amendment. There's nothing to my knowledge that says that we can't do an update before 4 years. We just have an obligation to submit a plan by the end of March this year. And so I would move that if there's a seconder for the motion.
So we have a seconder? Okay. I saw Councillor Leggett first. I'd like to see it up in writing. I'd like to see it before us.
I've sent it to the clerk.
Yeah, it's just gone up. So It's been moved and seconded the Regional Municipality of Waterloo approve of the refreshed preliminary Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan 2026-2030 as outlined in the report before us of today's date, and further that the updated plan to address concerns raised today at the Region of Waterloo Council be brought forward as part of the update to the Region of Waterloo Committee and Council by June 30th, 2027. I have other speakers. I guess the question I'm just going to ask Samina or any part of the group, would this typically have come back at some time anyway? We wouldn't do nothing until 2030. What would the normal cadence be that the refresh would come back for an update?
Yeah, we would be bringing updates yearly. That would be part of the process. The process of submitting to the ministry that legislative mandate and working with the steering committee, that's the province saying that you can't just have a plan sitting there. You have to look at it. It has to be evolving, living. But we would be bringing back yearly the plan. We would be bringing back updates. That's what we should be doing with the living plan.
Does putting the word preliminary in that compromise what is expected by the Solicitor General?
Yeah, that's what was tweaking in my head right now, because I think this is a thoughtful approach with this motion. But I wonder, because the legislation says once council approves, then we also have to publish the plan publicly, right? And so I'm hearing with some of those concerns, there might be some reticence around that, right? So I think we'd want to reflect on that, just that we're not out of sync with the legislative mandate on that.
So Councillor Rabanovich, would you consider, does it meet your concerns with the second paragraph in that, in striking the word preliminary?
That's fine. That's what
Councillor Leggett?
solves the problem to make it fly. I'm certainly amenable to that.
Councillor Leggett, does that, okay. Do we have unanimous consent to strike the word preliminary? I don't see any objections, so we've got unanimous consent. Okay, I have other speakers. Councillor Erb.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, my comments were going to be made before the amendment, which I'm prepared to support, given the conversation that's happened around the table this evening. What I did want to say is, I don't want the conversation that occurred around the table this evening to deflect from the work that you've done with the steering committee and with the community partners. And so thank you for that, for the content. I was trying to keep track, and I've got 11 sort of shopping list concerns that were raised by council members that are not in the report. And so I'm not sure if the expectation is that we're going to have more than 4 pillars, that if we're going to have another 12 or whatever that case might be. And so I think somehow we have to come to some kind of an understanding of what the expectation of councils are and how specific we want this to be. So perhaps based on the on Councillor Rabanovich's amendment, there can be some kind of a conversation just so we can get some clarity on that as to what the expectations are.
Councillor Rabanovich, when you say concerns raised, to what are you referring?
Well, obviously, as we went around the horseshoe, there were a number of issues that were raised by various members of council that folks felt weren't included in the plan. The clerk does a wonderful job always of capturing these things in minutes, plus there's a video capture of it. And that is work that I presume over the next 15 months the team would take away and address, bring it back to committee. If there's any further follow-up that's necessary, the next council would identify that and then ultimately bring it back to council for updating.
If clerks hasn't, I have a bit of a list here.
Councillor Erb, any other comments?
No, that's fine, thank you.
Councillor Rodriguez.
Thank you, Chair, and I hope there's lots of good feedback for when Chief Kroll comes in June to continue this conversation, because I think there's a real mismatch between the scale of what we've heard today in terms of the issues and the resources that is actually fund CSWP, right? It's $250 million in operating for police this year, and in-kind contributions and fractions for the upstream and some of the things here. So I hope that folks are taking good notes, and we'll bring those up when that time comes. Staff, I'm just curious if you can comment on when this does come back, or as future work. I think there's so many, like I look around the internal horseshoe here of our corporate leadership team, and so much of the work that they do that's upstream related, and look at our housing work, our community services work, our public health work, the community paramedicine work. And I think if we can really tease that out and really show how all of this is aligned, just wondering if that's something that, when you come back through actions, to really make that evident that this is so much of what we do. And it's just if you have any comments on that right now.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the intention of actually putting explicitly in a plan that we need to have a 4-year action plan. You need to show the actions, to show how this comes out, the themes, the issues that have come out today, how are they actually teased out, pulled out. This takes thoughtful program developing, working with our systems partners, identifying if it's housing, who works on what are we going to work on together, what are those indicators. That in of itself, is a robust area that we'd have to sit down with housing partners and look at our shelters, our GBV stakeholders for whom crisis and, the housing crisis is a concern. So it can be done. As I said at the outset, it's work that takes relationship building, collaboration, and identifying what are we doing, what are you doing, what am I doing. That's how these 4 pillars came to be, as I understand. So it can be done, absolutely. It takes time and care and working with systems partners to do it.
Yeah, thanks again to the team for the presentation today. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Craig.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And I sit here and I agree with my colleagues about a number of the criticism about what's not been put in the report. But I think for me personally, as a member of the board, sitting here for 4 years, watching the continual attacks on the police board, the policing community, and then we're here tonight saying we should be asking for more things to be done when there's a lack of support around this table, from my perspective, in terms of support for the police in general. And I think that has to be addressed. And I think we can't walk out of here thinking that this group here hasn't answered all the questions, when in fact we as a regional council haven't supported, in my opinion, the police over the last 4 years. I've brought this up on a number of occasions, and I've mentioned about the attacks on police board members, about, quote, transparency, etc., and so on. And I think tonight, if we're going to go ahead with this, which I'm going to support, then let's also start a new venue in terms of the policing community in general and how we're going to support them in a demonstrative way instead of endless criticism all the time about budgets, how they're conducting budgets, how they're doing certain things, and finding that over the last 4 years that really, I think, has undermined the policing community. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Point of order.
So I'm not going to get into a debate, Councillor Vrbanovich. That was a statement, and it is what it is. I'm going to go to...
Order. I'm entitled to have a point of order.
What's your point of order?
My point of order, Madam Chair, is that there was not a single mention of police or police budgets this evening. We were talking about a policy document that's before this regional council. I respect Councillor Craig and his views on those issues, but I would ask that we stay on the topic at hand. Thank you.
I also mentioned
okay, we're not going to have a debate.
Chair.
We are not having a debate about police budgets. Councillor Hunick, you get the last word.
Chair Redmond, it's not lost on me the irony that we need to keep in mind the community safety and well-being of the facilitators of the community and safety and well-being plan as we question them on the work that they've done on our behalf. But on that note, I would love to call the question and wish I did so 5 speakers ago.
I just want to comment and say that as somebody that's been part of this journey from the very beginning, I really like Councillor James' question about what does success look like, and every one of you rose to the occasion, and there is an amazing process. It isn't just the output, it's the process when community decides what its priorities are and they answer it so it's of community by community. I think that's one of our taglines in community safety and well-being. There have been some amazing initiatives, and it absolutely is the process and the synergies that come out of the investment by community members to invest on upstream initiatives that make us all feel part of a community, safer and more well-being than we otherwise would. So thank you all for what you do. And it's been moved and seconded. We are now going to vote on the amendment. Please use your e-scribe. Colleagues, that is carried. Now we will vote on the amended motion as soon as clerks get it up on the screen. Colleagues, that is carried. Thank you. And again, thank you, Samina, Fazia, and Aaron and Connie for all this hard work. And the countless team and community members who are partners in this. Colleagues, our next agenda item is proposed regional procedural bylaw amendment options, and I'll call on Tim Brubaker, Regional Clerk, to introduce this report.
Thank you, Chair. Council, the report in front of you is in response to a request that was made at the A&F Committee for some more information and options related to the fixed adjournment time that is set out in the procedural bylaw. This term of council, there have been 19 council meetings that have gone past 10 p.m. Of those 19, 9 have gone past 11 and 2 have extended beyond midnight. So in response to the request, staff have reviewed the relevant sections of procedural bylaws from the area municipalities, as well as some comparator municipalities. The report lays out what's being done in other municipalities and provides council with some options for consideration should you wish to change what is in the region's procedure bylaws. So the report contains 5 options. Option 1 would be the status quo, which is the 7 p.m. start time for open council with an 11 p.m. stop and 2/3 support needed to extend. The second option is keeping it at a 7 p.m. start with an 11 p.m. stop, but requiring unanimous support to extend. Option 3, we would change the start time for open council to 6 p.m. With a 10 p.m. stop and 2/3 approval to extend. So effectively the status quo, but moving everything an hour earlier. Option 4, we would start at 6 p.m. In open session, have the 10 p.m. stop, but require unanimous approval to extend beyond 10 p.m. Or finally, option 5 would be a 6 p.m. start with a 10 p.m. stop and 2/3 needed to extend beyond 10 o'clock or to 11 o'clock, and any further extensions requiring unanimous consent. I'll flag that there are 2 things that we're not proposing based on what other municipalities are doing, and that's a daytime switch for council meetings. We're not recommending that you consider that. And we're also not recommending that you have a firm stop. Some municipalities have provisions where council is not permitted at all to go past 11 o'clock. We're not recommending that. I would hate to be in a situation where council was at 10:58 p.m. with 5 more minutes to go, and we ended up having to schedule a whole other meeting just to pass some bylaws. So we're not recommending you consider that. But beyond that, council, there's some options there. We'd be happy to incorporate them into the procedural bylaw amendment that is planned for next month and approved earlier tonight based on your direction.
Councillor Salonen.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you very much, staff, for bringing this forward. I guess I would just throw in, I would advocate for a 7 o'clock start time based off of members of the public being able to make it to our meetings. I know a lot of folks in Wilmot who've come have mentioned to me that they like the later start so they can have dinner and then make the drive in. So with that, I would be willing to move option 2 in the recommended motion, which, just to clarify, is 7 p.m. start, 11 p.m. end, and then unanimous consent of members present to proceed beyond 11 p.m.
Okay, so that's been moved. Is there a seconder? Councillor Foxton. Councillor McCabe.
Thank you. I guess Councillor Salonen beat me to it. I was going to move option 4, but having heard what she just said, could we split the difference at 6:30, a 6:30 start, and go till 10 or 10:30 with unanimous consent to move beyond that?
Sure.
Would that be? I know we don't do friendly amendments, but would I have to make an amendment to her motion?
I think I'm going to take other speakers and we'll just put that out there. So we have a motion before us, and I would suggest that if you like the 6:30 to 10:30 better, that maybe you vote against the option before us, but let's hear what everybody else has to say. Councillor Hunick.
I don't know what letter this is. Sorry about that. I didn't keep track. But I would vote for the 6 p.m. start and the 10 p.m. With 2/3 majority voting to extend. Even if you do need to drive in, it doesn't mean that you can't come. It doesn't mean that you can't delegate. If you are not here when your name is called, your name is again called at the end of the delegation. So I don't think that would be preventative. And I do think that would have more of us more alert and be ultimately better for decision making.
Councillor Liggett.
I'm concerned that option 5 is the only one that has further extensions after 11. And I say that because last night, my council had to be extended repeatedly because councillors felt that they needed to talk. And even though we had another motion to go through, we had consent, we had all that, and we had 5 minutes left after we'd already extended it. So we went well past 11 last night.
Gosh. Councillors and politicians that want to talk?
I know. So I'm trying to prevent us having to end at 11 or 10 to extend just to 11 with the sort of thing the clerk just talked about, because that was what I was faced with last night as the chair.
Clerk is happy to weigh in.
Yeah, so through the chair, Councillor Liggett, yeah, we're none of our proposals are proposing a firm stop time. We would be recommending the same provisions we have now, where every hour another one has to be made. The only difference with option 5 is that the threshold increases after the first one. So the first extension would be 2/3, and then beyond that it becomes unanimous. Is the only difference, but none of the options we are recommending would be a firm stop, because that situation where we just have 5 more minutes, but the rules say we can't, is not one that I want to be sitting in.
Councillor Leggett, does that answer your concern?
Yes, it does. My concern too is unanimous consent. If I don't think it should ever be unanimous. In order to further the business, we have to be able to do that. So if somebody can't stay awake and just says no because they can't stay awake any longer, that doesn't further the business. So I have a problem with that too. I think 2/3 needs to be it with further extensions, so.
Councillor Salonen, when you say members present, I take it you mean physically in the room as opposed, because
I am saying members who, when the e-scribe pops up, have the ability to vote. So if you don't want to be here and you're tired and want to go home, you can step outside of the chamber when the vote happens and you wouldn't be.
so you're not inferring physically here, they can be virtually.
Yes, sorry, they can also be virtual. Yes, I'm just saying for an e-scribe purposes, if you're at the meeting in some capacity.
I need to point out that there are members around this horseshoe who have voted against extending but have stayed because, so there's all this is, I don't know what, an embarrassment of riches. We have so many options. Councillor James.
Through you, Chair. I think this is one of the things that ties back to the consultant's report about, part-time role and hours, and there's no clear defined scope for this role. And I will tell clerks, thank you for doing this. I think it's not the most effective use of time when there are other pressing things that need to be done. I am okay with 2, but I'm also okay with status quo for this because I just think we signed up for this job. We signed up for this job. Meetings have gone past before. If people have to leave, they have to leave as long as we have 2/3 or enough for quorum, like any other meeting for anyone who sits on a board who is making decisions. So, I mean, thank you for doing this work. I don't think it was necessary at this point in time because people are getting tired and they want to leave. But I'm conscious of starting at 6 p.m. because I think about future counselors. And we don't know what their commitments are if they have young children, if there are things around pickups and drop-offs and transitioning between and I say that from my stage of life, raising an 8-year-old. There are parameters and things that have to be arranged. So 7 p.m. is where I'd say to start. And I also am conscious of the public and, public has asked for meetings to start later. And we've also accommodated with the ability to go virtual thanks to COVID. So I'm fine with 1 or 2, but I also know this is what we signed up to do. And sometimes it requires us to go later. But thanks, clerks, for the time spent on this.
Councillor Vanovich.
Thank you very much. And I will support the motion moved by Councillor Salonen. And I support it because I'm cognizant of the fact that we want to make sure we're always providing maximum opportunity. We have a committee system that sees us meeting during the day, which makes it difficult for some people to attend because they're working, by ensuring that we have an evening start. And it's probably the most common start time for municipal councils, to my knowledge, around Ontario. I'm happy with the 7 o'clock and the 11 o'clock end with unanimous consent. I know on my own council, we've had to go to 12 and sometimes even past 1, and people aren't always happy about it, but at the end of the day, when the option is that or coming back another day, they put their hands up and they stick around a little longer to get the job done. I think the other issue, and I'm not looking for us to address it tonight, but I think at some point, this council, and maybe it'll be during the next term, will need to address scheduling in general, because we do have a problem where some of our area, the regional meetings conflict sometimes with our township councils that meet on Tuesdays when committee day goes long, and even the other area municipalities in terms of some of the cities, and so I think we do need to address that, because folks that sit around this council, particularly those who are here by virtue of being a mayor, shouldn't have to choose between this council or their municipal council, where they have a head of council role. And I think that's something that we need to correct going forward. Thank you.
Councillor Wolf.
Through you, Madam Chair. I agree we signed up for this job. I'm not sure that we also signed up to try to make the best decisions we can. And I'm not sure people make the best decisions at midnight or 11 o'clock. And I'm also think that it's our responsibility as council to look after our staff. And we're asking staff who don't get to vote, and maybe that should be an option, that staff also get to vote as part of the extending the meeting, because we're asking them, especially during budget time, difficult questions, asking for information, and we expect those answers to be sort of top notch. So I think that we're not doing anyone any favors by making decisions sort of basically after 11 o'clock. So I think I would prefer, Councillor McCabe's idea of maybe 6:30 as a compromise, and then basically number 2 with 6:30 start, and then I guess at 10:30.
I'm going to suggest that we have a motion on the floor, and that while there are all kinds of variations and permeations of this, I think it's going to get too complicated. So my suggestion is, if you don't like the option on the floor, vote it down, and you can put forward a different one. Okay. Councillor Hunick.
Oh, thank you. Okay, I'm going to try to compile my thoughts. I've heard a lot of really good, really interesting things. The argument that this is what we signed up for doesn't hold a lot of water for me, because there's people who can't or feel that they don't have the ability to sign up for this job because they can't organize their support systems in the way they would need to stay at 11 or 12 or come at 6 or 5 or what have you. And so I think that one of the trademarks of this council is flexibility to the people that are around the horseshoe. And so I wonder if this should be the purview of each incoming council to decide on when meetings need to stop and start, so that they can all make the best decisions possible. And my suggestion would be in line with what Councillor Wolf stated, which I think people kind of laughed at, but I actually don't think it's a joke. I think if we are voting to extend and we are requiring staff who are on salary to be here and to be away from their families and to pull more than 12-hour days and then come in the next day, that they should also get a vote. So 2/3 should represent their vote as well, would be my suggestion. Thanks.
I'm assuming that's a statement. Councillor Erb.
I think we should call the question, or we're going to have to deal with the motion to be here past 11.
Yes, thank you. Good point. I have been sort of opining on how many people were weighing in. Okay, so the motion before us, moved by Councillor Salonen and seconded by Councillor Foxton, is that we would start at 7 p.m., end at 11, and then have unanimous consent to move past. I personally will support the 7 p.m. start because I think it's consistent. I think historically that has been when we started, and I think that's when the community expects to show up if they want to be a delegate. I'm not nuts about unanimous consent, but I think I'm willing to support this. So please use your icons to vote yes or no, and that this will come back as part of the policy review in April. Colleagues, that is carried. Thank you for that hard work, Mr. Clerk, and interesting conversation. And I'm glad, as Councillor Erb pointed out, that we weren't still talking about that at 11 o'clock. Matters under Committee of the Whole is optimizing the sustainable use of water resources for municipal supply. Colleagues, this is 13.1. It refers to a 1980 policy agreement For public's awareness, Council deferred this report and the related motion in February to allow time to receive additional information from an external consultant. Staff are working with the consultant to obtain that information, and it is not possible to have this ready for tonight's meeting. To ensure Council has all the relevant information before making the decision, I'm recommending that we defer this item until it is, the information can be in Council's possession, and that will be a special Council meeting on April the 8th. And I'm looking at Councillor Salonen. Are you willing to move
I
that?
was going to ask for a deferral to that meeting, so yes,
Thank you.
I'm
Do I
fine
have
to
a
move it.
seconder? Councillor James?
Can I just ask a quick question? Since this is about the water issue, shouldn't it go to a special council meeting instead of a committee meeting?
It
I
is
thought
going
that was the point.
special council meeting on April the 8th, Councillor McCabe.
Oh, sorry, I thought you said committee. Okay, thanks.
E-Scribe is getting tired.
I just got logged out of eScribe, but I am supportive of that.
Thank you, Councillor McCabe. Please use your e-scribe to vote. Colleagues, that is unanimously carried. Thank you. The next agenda item 13.2 is 15 Charles Street West, Kitchener surplus declaration of lands. There is a motion attached to this, but I will go to Fiona McCrae, Regional Solicitor, to introduce the report.
Thank you, Chair Redmond, and through you. This report recommends declaration of the lands at 15 Charles Street West surplus to the needs of the region. The subject lands are the former Charles Street GRT terminal, and they comprise 2.566 acres, including a closed building and decommissioned infrastructure. It's located at the intersection of Charles and Gaukel and has frontage on Ontario and Joseph Streets. In accordance with the disposition of land bylaw, internal circulation to region departments was completed and no regional need for the land had been identified and no concerns with proceeding with the proposed declaration. External agencies, including City of Kitchener and utilities, were also circulated and no interest or concern was raised. Some considerations were identified that can be accounted for in the disposition approach that will be brought back to Council, such as existing Innova plant and Rogers fiber cabling. Public notices were also provided, and staff recommend that the land be declared surplus with direction to proceed with the preparatory work for a recommended disposition approach.
Do we have a mover and a seconder for this? Moved by Councillor Foxton, seconded by Councillor Wolfe. Councillor Rodriguez, did you want to speak to this?
Yeah, just a question of staff, just for people watching. Could staff just clarify that the actions taken today don't preclude future discussions about how we use the land, future phasing, future ownership, future leasing, and that this is a legal step in this exciting process?
Through the chair, that's correct. This is the declaration of surplus that would allow these next steps to be taken in terms of future uses for the property and how it may be moved forward.
That's great. Thank you so much. Thanks, Chair.
I don't see any other speakers. So it's been moved and seconded. I have dancing screens right now, so eScribe has locked me out as well. So it's been moved and seconded. I would ask you to use your eScribe to vote. Councillor McCabe? Colleagues, that is carried. Thank you. I now would seek unanimous consent after a motion. You were marked down as yes. No worries. I need a mover and a seconder, and then I will look for unanimous consent for the Committee of the Whole to rise and Council to resume. So Councillor Vanovich, would you like to move that? Seconded by Councillor Salonen. Do I have unanimous consent?
Yeah.
That is carried. We now vote to adopt the proceedings of the Committee of the Whole. If I could have a mover, moved by Councillor Rodriguez, seconded by Councillor Erb. Please use your e-scribe to vote.
Is there still?
And that is to adopt the proceedings of the Committee of the Whole. Colleagues, that is carried. The next agenda item, 16.1, is a motion where notice has been provided. We now have a motion from Councillor Gowing that was seconded by Councillor Wolf at a special council meeting on March the 11th, 2026. I understand you would like to make some amendments to your motion, Councillor Gowing, so I would give you the floor to introduce amendments.
Thank you, Chair. So it's after review from our solicitor, there was some wordings that would like to be changed within the motion itself. The whereases will stay the same. However, the therefore, do you want me to read it? Yes. Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Therefore, be it resolved that the region of Waterloo formally request the province of Ontario, number one, implement a temporary moratorium on the issuance of new or expansion of existing private sector permits to take water within areas of the region of Waterloo experiencing identified underground capacity constraints, including the Mannheim service area, until completion of the region's water supply strategy update. Number two, continue municipal engagement in the PTTW review process by providing formal notification to affected municipalities of new, amended, or renewed PTTW applications, a defined municipal commenting period, and a written provincial response addressing municipal comments prior to final permit decisions. And number three, while the province currently publishes a quarterly permit to take water data sheet, require proactive notification and supporting documentation be provided directly to the region of Waterloo at the time of application submission and final decision.
Councillor Wolf, are you willing to second that amended motion? Do we have unanimous consent to accept this amended motion? Okay, Councillor Schatz.
Thank you. I just want to, and part one says it refers to new private sector permits to take water. I just want to say out loud that that does not fall into the current discussions we're having around with the development community and our municipalities in terms of providing water, that it's separate from all of that. I just want to clarify that or confirm that.
Yes, it's just for the private taking water permits. So the municipality would still be able to do that. And it's any current that are looking to expand, that would fall under this.
And sorry, if I could just follow up on that. How does that affect a private property owner who has a well and is looking for a well? That
Can-
would be the other piece.
Can we maybe go to Commissioner Brothers to respond to that?
Chair, I think this is more of a legal interpretation in terms of a private well in the context of the motion.
Fiona, do you have a comment you wish to make?
I would, my initial reaction is that the permit to take water is for larger water takings than would be required for a residential well.
Right.
So the approval process for that would not be a permit to take water. I'm not entirely sure what it would be called, a well permit. But I would think that it would be a permit to take water is typically associated with the larger volume water takings.
Councillor Gowing, did you want to weigh in?
No, it just says private sector.
Councillor Shantz?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that by this motion, we're not hamstringing, individuals.
Councillor Leggett?
Thank you. I brought it to council's attention before about the report that came to, I support the motion, by the way, that came before Puss Lynch Township with regards in March with regards to a water report that was done in 2024. And we share in Cambridge the aquifer with Puss Lynch. And so it affects our regional wellheads on that part of our border for the Middleton Station, I believe. And they talk about the drawing of water as well as potential contaminants in the local aquifers. So I just want to make sure that when our staff are looking at this particular problem, that we're also looking at the aquifers that are that we share with other municipalities who are not part of the region of Waterloo. I want assurance that our staff are also looking at that as it affects Middleton, because we can't have Middleton and Manheim down in Cambridge. So I hope they're aware of it and that they take that into consideration in their work. Have they been doing that?
Commissioner Brothers?
Through the chair, we have extensive ongoing aquifer assessments that are proceeding. There's an extensive amount of work that's been done across the region. In particular, we've been focusing on the Wilmot area recently, but certainly I think with the upcoming report before council coming forward on April 8th, we'll have our staff available to further have a detailed discussion with the hydrogeologists that will be here. Yes, it's ongoing work. It's continuous work, and we need to continue doing the work because of our reliability on the aquifer systems servicing 80% of the population here. So I don't have a detailed response, but I can certainly have staff aware of this coming forward at our next meeting, and you have a great opportunity to have that detailed discussion with them at that time.
Okay, I'll send you the information I have. Thank you.
Councillor Salonen?
Thank you, through you, Chair. Yes, just to clarify to Fiona's point, a take water permit you only need to get once you're pumping more than 50,000 liters a day in the province. So your average well user should not be pumping that level of water. Granted, I can't speak for agricultural industry, though I'm not positive what that looks like. But my question was on the temporary component, and I get that we are just asking the province to do this as it's in their jurisdiction, but did you kind of have a threshold in mind where you would no longer see this moratorium needing to be in place? Because I'm also cognizant that we are still talking about private sector businesses that they may very well need these permits to continue their industry or their work. So I think it's good in spirit and I support it, but I also want to give some certainty to businesses that may rely on updated or new permits if we're advocating for this.
Yeah, I think I kind of captured it. it's basically when the water supply strategy comes forward, when we get an update on what that looks like, I think that's when this would be, the temporary would be gone at that point. But then we would have to look at it again to say, if we want to continue this on, we would have to put it forward to the province at that point. So right now it's stated as soon as we get the water strategy update.
Okay, I guess I should have been clear. Because the update has already been moved by 2 years without council consent or information, I guess I'm just wondering that can still be a moving target. So I guess I'm looking for more clarity to the province because they probably don't track every document that we do and when that comes.
Yeah. So I would look to staff on if we have a date on that.
Through the chair, the date for the updated master plan?
The water supply strategy update.
I don't have that detail available at the moment. We can get back to you tomorrow.
So I guess I would weigh in and say there's a couple ways you can do this. You can name an event rather than a date fixed, or you could say to be reviewed in a year, or you could put a sunset clause. Do you feel that you've covered that off in your wording, Councillor Gowie?
I think so. I from what I understand and from what I've been hearing from staff, it's going to be in 2027 when we'll see this strategy update come through. So I'm okay with putting it as till a year from now, but I think I've captured it in that based on staff information.
Okay. All right, so Councillor Foxton.
I was just going to suggest a 2-year, actually, because it's a year and a half from now, right? It's 26, it's not over yet. To be reviewed in 2-year period based on water situation. That's what I was going to suggest.
So Councillor Gowing, it's up to you. I mean, you have your motion going forward. People can vote for it or against it, or they can move an amendment, so.
I think let's put it forward. We're going to review it anyways in a year. I don't see it putting a 2-year term on it would make it any different when we can do this again after we get the strategy come out.
Okay, so we have a motion before us. It's been moved and seconded. It has been unanimously agreed to be amended. Councillor Gowing has read out the wording, so I'd ask you to use e-scribe to vote. The motion specifies when the water strategy comes, which will roughly be in a year. So he has not said 1 or 2 years. He feels his motion covers it. Colleagues, that is carried. Next, we have a notice of motion. Councillor James, I believe you have a motion. You referenced it tonight, and you'd like us to consider it. So I'm going to have to ask if council is willing to waive this notice of motion. Do I have unanimous consent to waive notice of motion? A mover and a... Councillor James, you want to state your motion, and then we'll ask if we have a mover and a seconder to waive notice of motion?
Yeah, so similar to the conversation we had about community safety well-being, and when I spoke about the combating hate element, I recognize that it's a bigger systemic challenge issue. How we address it comes from all levels of government. So I am hoping to introduce this and this motion. It's an advocacy one for regional chair, but it's regarding Bill C9 and advocacy for inclusion of the noose as a prohibited hate symbol in the federal legislation in alignment with the community safety well-being priorities. I will read this motion. Whereas the Region of Waterloo's Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan, developed under the requirements of the Community Safety and Policing Act, identifies systemic racism, hate, and discrimination as critical risk factors impacting community safety, belonging, and well-being. Whereas the display of the noose is widely recognized as a symbol of racial terror, violence, and intimidation, particularly against Black communities, rooted in the history of anti-Black racism, and I will say others as well. And whereas symbols of hate, when displayed publicly, contribute to fear, trauma, exclusion, and undermine the region's commitment to equity, inclusion, and proactive prevention within its community safety well-being plan. Whereas the Government of Canada has introduced Bill C-9 to strengthen tools to address hate-motivated offenses, including provisions related to the public display of certain hate symbols. And whereas the current draft of the Bill C-9 does not explicitly include the noose as a prohibited symbol, despite its well-documented use in it as an instrument of racial intimidation and direct relevance to community safety and well-being outcomes. And whereas addressing hate symbols through federal legislation complements municipal efforts by strengthening upstream prevention, reducing harm, and supporting safer, more inclusive communities. Therefore, be it resolved, the Regional Municipality of Waterloo requests the Government of Canada amend Bill C-9 to explicitly include the noose as a prohibited hate symbol within the legislation, that the regional chair be directed to send correspondence to Honourable MP Sean Fraser, Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada, local members of Parliament, and relevant federal committees conveying this request, including the Senate of Canada, noting its alignment with the region's community safety, well-being priorities and combating hate. This motion be circulated to Ontario municipalities, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, and the Association of Municipalities of Ontario for endorsement and support as a measure of strengthening community safety and well-being across jurisdictions. And that
Thank
is
you,
the
Councillor
motion.
James. Okay, do I have, Councillor Foxton? So you're moving, waiving notice of motion. Seconder, Councillor Hunick?
Yeah.
Do we have unanimous consent to waive notice of motion?
And I'm happy.
I see we have unanimous consent. Councillor James is moving it, and Councillor Gowing is seconding of it. Councillor Foxton, were you just in the queue to? Okay, Councillor Hunick, are you in?
I think my comment would be that I'm really sorry for this provincial oversight, federal oversight, and I'm glad that you're bringing it to the table, and I fully, wholeheartedly support it. And yeah, thanks for making us aware of this gap.
Thank you. Councillor Gowing, as a seconder, do you want to speak to it?
Just quickly, once I had a quick read through it, this is a great idea. This has to be something that's put forward. There's tons of other symbols out there that are looked at as a negative thing, and this is just one other. I think advocacy is a great thing. It shouldn't be a negative thing, but yes, I'm 100% in support of this.
I know at the beginning of council, which was a very long time ago now, I did underscore that today is International Day of Remembrance of Victims of Slavery and Transatlantic Slave Trade. So this is a very appropriate motion to be dealing with today. Councillor James, do you want to speak any further to it?
Just that I think it is important when we look at legislation and where we as a municipality can advocate. And, you know, we often talk about systemic, and I think this is one of the avenues where it may seem very small, but it does have a systemic impact. I know that we're not the only municipality should this be supported. I do believe Bill C-9 was being read today in Parliament, and should it go to Senate, this is why I put the Senate in there. That is the area where they can review again, and whatever part we can do. And we heard from the community safety wellbeing team and partners, I think where we can use our voices to advocate, That's what we should do. So I would ask that, council colleagues support this and support the chair writing in support of adding this. And explicit, we've got Nazi symbols. There are symbols that are explicitly indicated in Bill C-9, and I think this is one of them, not only for Black communities, but Indigenous history. There's evidence there in other communities. And in the past few years, we've had experiences where nooses have been hung in this region. So it's not isolated, unfortunately. And thank you.
Councillor Hunick. That's a legacy, okay. Councillor Salonen.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thanks, Councillor James, for bringing this forward. I'm going to support it. I just have a few questions because I will be very honest, I've not been following Bill C-9. One, do you know what reading it is currently? And I know you said it was just before the House, but do you know what reading that was?
So today was supposed to be the third reading. I don't think they made it. I was watching earlier today and they didn't, at the time, they hadn't gotten there yet. So.
Okay. Thank you. And then I guess the other thing, also having not reviewed the actual bill, I understand the context that you've provided for your motion with its relation to anti-Black hate and racism. I'm just curious how the bill actually functions in terms of what does it mean if it's added into the bill, and how does that, I guess, help people? What does that mean?
Yeah, so currently the bill now, so it's a bill to address hate and through the legislature, but what they're doing is updating it to be more explicit, so there's clearer guidelines legislatively and legally. What is being asked here is to add this in so that it's explicit. Right now it's assumed. And when it's explicit federally, that helps with our WRPS in terms of how they process charges, and then in terms of from a local perspective and as well provincial. So the Bill C-9 is updated regarding hate and symbols of hate, but in this case, to have it explicitly helps as we go down with how it's seen and charged, and actually it helps WRPS in their work.
Okay, so it has legal implications then for actually trying to address this. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Foxton.
Thank you to Councillor James. Could we ensure that Marty Deacon gets the bill? Senator Marty Deacon, and ask her actually to stand and speak on the bill at Senate? Because this is one of the rare times that Waterloo Region has had a senator. And she would probably be very honored to do so.
I'll leave that at the discretion of the chair when I think if you...
We can reach out to Senator Deacon. Okay, colleagues, the notice of motion's been waived. It's been moved and seconded. Please use your icons to vote. Unanimously carried.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well done. There is no unfinished business. Other business?
I have one.
Do you have other business?
Yes.
Councillor Hunick? Okay, go ahead.
I am concerned about service parity between GRT conventional services and Mobility Plus, particularly when it comes to service restrictions. I've heard that for various reasons, people who have body odor have been restricted from Mobility Plus, and I've heard that people who are of different sizes and maybe don't carry their own seatbelt extensions have been restricted from Mobility Plus. And so I would like to ask staff to report back on reasons why passengers can or cannot be restricted from our specialized transit services, and how those do or do not line up with conventional transit policies.
Commissioner Getsky.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the question. We'll definitely bring that back. I know, just for your information, I know at the previous council meeting you had mentioned the issue of lap belts on wheelchairs, and I know staff has taken that into account and are revising the policy. So we'll look into that question as well and address it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Getsky. And if this could be in addition to that, specifically looking at why someone would be restricted and how and for how long. That would be great. Do you know when you could bring that back to committee? Or when your team could bring that back to committee?
Through you, Chair, I don't know when, but we'll do it at the earliest possible date, and we'll bring that back to committee or through email if it's even quicker. Yep.
Okay, thank you. I would like the community to be aware of it as well as council, which is why I would love it to be in a committee report if possible. Thanks.
Councillor Rodriguez, and then Councillor Leggett. Councillor Rodriguez.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Commissioner McDonald, just wanted to thank the team for an immense amount of work over the last few weeks with our waste transition and the responsiveness to things. A question that I have is, we've had a few residents reach out that they've put in service requests or called and maybe haven't heard back. Could you maybe just speak to where that might be happening, and if you have any just updates that you'd be interested in sharing with the community about how the rollout's been going? Thanks so much for the team. Yeah.
Thank you, and through the chair, and thank you for the compliments. It's been all hands on deck, as I'm sure you are all aware and can imagine as we've transitioned to the new service. So within the first week of launching the new service, we had about 20,000 phone calls from residents. So just for context, we typically get about 25,000 calls in a month. And so this was quite an undertaking for staff, and they've been working through a fairly significant backlog. That said, I'm pleased to report that service has evened out, smoothed out as we anticipated, and the number of calls that we're getting now are much less. And so my hope would be that residents are experiencing not the same types of delays in hearing back from us that they might have the first week. And of course, if there is anyone that is, I would be happy to follow up with them directly.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, Connie, to the team.
Just before I go to Councillor Leggett, I just want to intervene and say that as chair of Marco, we had a meeting 2 weeks ago, and the president of Circular Materials was there to present. This rollout has been challenging, to say the least, for them across the province, but they could not say enough good things about the staff at the region of Waterloo, how cooperative they've been with them, and the fact that we were able to have a combined calendar and a hard copy, which is something a whole lot of other communities envied and weren't able to accomplish. So I was very proud to represent the hardworking staff at the region of Waterloo. Councillor Leggett.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I just want to thank you, Connie, for jumping on those things I would send you, and you'd get back to people immediately. So I appreciate that, on behalf of my community. Thank you. So I just want to say that I'm hosting for the first, after a hiatus of 8 years, the Mayor's Super Goats. So that's SOUPER, goats as in greatest of all time. Community soup sampler. The funds go to Meals on Wheels. You'll get a chance to sample soups from restaurants across the city. And there's live jazz music from Patty Payne, and there'll be a 50-50 draw. You'll be able to do a People's Choice, as well as we have 6 judges, and half of them are women, I'm proud to say. So anybody who has the time and want to do that, the prices are quite reasonable, I think. So $25 for all you can sample, $15 for 5 samples, and $7 for 2 samples. So it goes to a good cause.
So, Councillor Leggett, will you be making the soup?
No. I could, but I'm not. I'm going to be a judge, I'm sorry to say. And the time is 12 to 3.
Sorry, and you said that's this Saturday?
This Saturday, yes.
Sorry, I interrupted.
Yes, thank you.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, I would now start a vote to approve the bylaws 26-031, 26-014 as listed on the agenda. If I had a mover. Moved by Councillor Rodriguez, seconded by Councillor Wolf. Please use your e-scribe to vote. colleagues, that is carried. Could I have a mover to adjourn? Moved by Councillor Leggett, seconded by Councillor Nowak. Do I have unanimous consent to adjourn? I take that as unanimous consent. We are adjourned.